I request everyone to please take your seats. Before we begin, if you haven't already, kindly scan the QR code on your badge to navigate the information on the sessions of the event. The QR code also consists of CV of our panelists and papers relevant to G20 for your leisure reading. The entire event is live streamed. Following are the housekeeping notes we request our delegates to follow. Please keep your phone in silent mode. Your questions and comments are an important part of each session. At the end of the session, there will be an allocated time for Q&A. Please pose your questions using the microphone located at the center of the stage. Please keep it to one question per person with respect to the time constraints. And I request our panelists and moderators to kindly adhere to the timings. Good morning and welcome back to day 2 to all the participants here in the room and all of them joining us through YouTube for our T20 side event jointly hosted by Prasanna School of Public Health, Mahe, Manipal and Department of Geopolitics and International Relations, Mahe, Manipal in cooperation with T20 Secretariat, Observer Research Foundation, ORF and Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS. I am Viola D'Souza, and I'm honored to be your Masters of Ceremony once again. Yesterday, we heard from our esteemed panelists on various topics ranging from understanding linkage of SDGs and G20 in a multipolar world, pandemic treaty with respect to One Health approach. We even had a mind-tingling conversation on the cost of conflict on a health governance perspective. We were also able to engage in meaningful discussions and share ideas on how we can collectively address these critical issues, such as to build environment protection modules and brilliant and proven case studies which can be replicated to various local institutions globally. Most interestingly, the role of individuals in this very room and participants online as a future policy stakeholders was clearly delineated. Today, we will continue with the same energy and focus as we dwell deeper into some of the most pressing challenges facing our world. We have a fantastic lineup of panelists who will provide insights into topics such as lifestyle for environment, digitalization in health infrastructure, interlinkage of food security, sustainable food systems and agriculture management, India's views and perspective on global health and wellness agenda with special reference to value and supply chain mechanisms, way forward, a template for sustainable universe. On this note, I invite the panelists of our first session of day 2 on lifestyle of environment as a panacea for issues relating to global commons to kindly be seated on stage for the panel session. Now that our esteemed panelists have taken their seats, we will begin the session. I invite Dr. Indu K. Murthy, Sector Head, Climate, Environment and Sustainability, Center for Study of Science, Technology and Policy to moderate the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Viola, and very good morning to everyone. Happy to be here and happy to be moderating a very important session first thing in the morning. So let's just get started without losing any time. As you know, the theme is talking about the environment. It's also talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. But I think what's very important for us to recognize is that environment is an integral part of lives, livelihoods, and everything that we do. And we also know that environmental degradation has been a problem for many decades now. And what we have now is an added problem, which is climate change, which is basically amplifying the risks as well as the impacts. So how do we kind of address this problem at hand? Because ultimately, what is at stake is sustainable development at the end of the day. Because if you address one, you would probably be triggering a problem elsewhere. That's the interconnectedness of this world. So we really need to look at this in a holistic manner. So how do we do this is the kind of questions that we're going to be dwelling upon in this particular panel. So without losing time, I would like to introduce the panelists here with me. So I have with me Raj Narayan, Dr. Raj Narayan, who is the Director ICMR and at the National Institute for Research in Environmental Health. He's worked extensively on the environmental and community health aspects. There are more details, a lot of accolades, which you could look for yourself in the agenda and the panelist profiles that have been shared with you using the QR codes. So I move on to the next panelist, which is Aparna Roy. Aparna works as a fellow and lead for climate change and strategy at the Center for New Economic Diplomacy. And her work has focused on resilience building and governance to bring key insights into the risk and impacts of climate change on the SDGs. Moving on, I have Danya Bhaskar, who is an associate professor and professor of ecosystem and environmental management and a chairperson at the Center for Policy Studies at the Indian Institute of Forest Management, Bhopal. She explores sustainability from a socio-economic perspective. And then we have Surabhi Rajgopal, who is a senior program manager at Selco Foundation, has led many energy ecosystem building efforts within Selco and supported planning and outreach activities at the foundation. Last but not the least, your very own Neeta Inamdar, who heads the Jean Monnet. She's the Jean Monnet professor and head of Manipal Center for European Studies at Mahe Manipal. And her work intersects and encompasses multidisciplinary academic interventions and initiatives with a focus mainly on research and education and policy. So it's a very multidisciplinary panel in itself. So we're hoping to kind of bring in insights on multiple things that are very relevant from the perspective of life itself. And life, as we know, is all about sustainable lifestyles. How do we bring about this? As we all know, this was launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the COP. And how do you actually mobilize it? Yes, there are a whole lot of government initiatives that have been rolled out for many, many years. But we all have realized that's not enough. There is enough evidence on the ground that climate change continues to be happening. I mean, even right now, as we are speaking, we were discussing just earlier that, there are hailstorms across India, and where it is peak summer, it is actually very cold out there. So this is the reality. So we really need to be addressing not just as governments, not just as communities, but also as individuals. So hopefully we will talk about those aspects also before we end this session. So now, without losing time, let's get into actually talking about the issues at hand. Let's get started. So I'll start with Aparna, whose work, as I already said, intersects signs and impacts of climate change and its implications on the SDGs. So Aparna, could you kind of elaborate on what the real problem is that we are grappling with and why we should be actually building resilience in the systems, particularly healthcare systems as well, because I know you've done some work on those aspects. So over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Manipal, for having me here to speak at such an important topic. And that's a great question. I think before we even talk about resilience building measures across health system, we need to take a step back and think, what resilience and who is it for, and why is it important? So whose resilience are we talking about? Because my resilience could be different from yours, and it's very different from different systemic resilience. The first step is to identify what constitutes as a health system for us. So it is an organization, people, institutions, resources that deliver healthcare services to meet the health demands of the people. So we can outrightly imagine what a significant amount of actors and stakeholders that are at risk. And what is it at risk from? So the increased climate and extreme weather events that are bearing upon us due to climate change is crippling almost all the systems, and health system is one that needs to urgently build resilience around it. If you look at Delhi and northern Indian belt, I mean, it's getting hotter every year. You go to Mumbai, it has always been experiencing a lot of rainfall. Now it has started, now it is experiencing a lot of coastal floodings and a lot of emergence of vector-borne diseases that follows. Look at every set of disasters. I mean, look at Cyclone Amphan and Fani. Those super cyclones that used to hit us once in 100 years or a century are now hitting us every 1.5 to 2 years. The east coast of India is extremely vulnerable, and so it's similar for other countries. Every time such a disaster happens, almost the entire rail, road, port, communication networks are completely damaged and crippled. The entire state comes to a complete standstill. We have seen instances in news where pregnant women could not reach the hospital. There's an outbreak of severe vector-borne diseases, such as encephalitis and others. So basically, climate change helps create these environment that lets a lot of these diseases thrive and multiply. Because of the impact of climate change, a lot of healthcare facilities, healthcare infrastructures come to a complete standstill. So I can't emphasize enough why there is a need to build resilience of this healthcare system. And if we want to group it into 4 major categories of how climate change is impacting the community health and healthcare systems, I think there are 4 very important criteria. The first is cost. Air pollution and climate change is increasing the risk of cardiovascular diseases and others, which in turn leads to a lot of our own cost of healthcare. It leads to pushing up of our own healthcare cost, and then it also sort of puts additional pressure on the existing healthcare systems, because they need to respond to these immediate challenges. The second is equity, because a lot of us, are already aware that the climate impacts on different communities and systems are disproportionate. Older people, children, a lot of other vulnerable populations, especially abled ones, are more vulnerable than others in terms of the climate risk to the health. The third one would be access. A lot of time, like I said, when these disasters strike, we lose access to those healthcare facilities. And some even shut down because of the damage to the healthcare hard infrastructure itself. The fourth would be the capacity. Because if there are in a particular state, there are systems that get crippled, there would be additional pressure on other healthcare facilities and the existing and active healthcare facilities operating in the region. And that's the reason enough for us to ensure that the healthcare systems equip themselves well enough and adapt to the changing climate and the needs, because one biggest uncertainty that we now have lies in the uncertainty of climate change. So that's very important for the healthcare facilities and system itself to build resilience to the uncertain impacts of climate change.
Thank you, Aparna. So Aparna touched about flooding events and things like that, where access to healthcare kind of is becomes a problem. But one another issue that emerges in large-scale disasters is that even access to food is a problem. And when we're talking about life as a mission, it's all about sustainable lifestyles, and food habits are at the heart of it, right? So given that, to kind of get the conversation going, and also given that global food systems are also a source of emissions, right? So given this connect that clearly exists, What, according to you, Danya, is your take on the food system, the nutrition, the health, and the climate aspects? And also, I know you've done some work on the forests and zoonotics and other things. So if you could just connect the dots and then bring it and look at what it means for life as a mission, what it means for the climate, and then, of course, ultimately sustainable development, it would be great.
Yeah, thanks, Indu, and thanks, Manipal and the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be part of this wonderful panel. Yes, so sustainable food system is a major theme of Mission Life. So as you all know, there are some 75 life actions listed to nudge people and communities towards pro-environmental lifestyles in the Life Mission. And many of these are related to sustainable food styles and lifestyle, right? So there are things like including millets and locally grown and seasonal food produce in diets, reducing food waste, composting food waste, and also growing food in home gardens and kitchen gardens and so on and so forth. The choice of food has a very important impact on carbon emissions. The type of food you choose to consume, how and where do you source this food from, all these have a major impact on our carbon footprint. The way we grow food, the way we produce food is also very important. So whenever we discuss food systems, mostly our discussions are around crops and agricultural systems. But being trained as a forest ecologist and I'm representing a forestry research institution, let me also bring forests into the discussion, especially because today is the International Day of Forests, and the theme for this year is Healthy Forests for Healthy People, right? So around 1 billion people across the world depends on forests, on food for their health and nutrition. And in remote tropical countries, around 70 to 80% of the protein needs are met from forests. And as we all know, forests are treasure troves of medicinal resources. They're very important for physical, mental, and emotional well-being of human beings. And they sink around 650 billion tons of carbon. But despite all this, we are losing around 10 billion hectares of forest every year. That's what the FAO estimate says. And most of this deforestation is driven by agriculture and our food choices. We all read news about Amazon forest burning. And this is not only because of climate change. These forests are burned to make way for soy farming and bee farming, and these products are exported to Europe and other rich countries. Forests in Southeast Asia, forests in Borneo, Indonesia, these forests are very biodiversity-rich, all-growth forests that store a lot of carbon. And these forests are habitats of orangutans, tigers, rhinos, tigers. In fact, the only forest in the world where you get all these species together. And we are losing these forests for palm oil plantations. And these palm oil makes way into all our food products, cosmetic products, so on and so forth. So when I open my noodles packet for breakfast in the morning, do I feel guilty about orangutans? Most of us don't, right? Because we are not aware of this telecouplings in the globalized economy we are living in, and the sort of dependence we have on on resources in remote corners of the world, right? So for life to be impactful, it's very important that this kind of information is available for consumers to make very informed choices. The second point I would like to make is also the importance of traditional and indigenous food systems. In fact, in Mission Life, there is major focus on traditional knowledge, on water harvesting, on food practices. So there is an opportunity for us to revive and rejuvenate many of our traditional food systems, which offer clues for climate resilient farming as well. I think most of you would have read the news of Mr. P.V. Satish passing away. It was a very sad news. He's the millet man of India, and he started this wonderful organization, the Deccan Development Society, which has actually demonstrated that it is really possible to revive such traditional food farming, traditional practices, traditional millet farming, and revive indigenous knowledge to create multiple impacts across not only health and nutrition, but also on biodiversity, reviving soil fertility, and most importantly, empowering marginalized women. So it is time to also take learnings from this kind of very successful cases that we have in India and tie it to the opportunity that we have now in Life Mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So just circling back to the energy piece, because Danya did speak about, it's important also to consider how food is produced. What do you do to produce food, right? So, and at Selco, the work that you've been doing has been working with the agriculture sector and also with the health sector. So your insights, being in the field and actually trying to bring about the change, how do you go about doing it? And also, what does it take? There is a mindset change also, behavioral change that needs to happen, which is definitely an integral part, or which is the bedrock of life itself at the end of the day. So just your thoughts on that.
Thank you so much. As my other co-panelists said, thank you so much for organizing this and bringing us together on this. So as Dr. Indu was saying, Selco Foundation looks at sustainable energy solutions for livelihoods in healthcare. And I think reflecting on what Danya was bringing up here, when we look at millet farming, for example, and you want to encourage farmers on the ground in drought-prone areas to grow millets because they are drought resilient, and they have nutritious value. One of the aspects to look at is what are the supportive conditions that exist. So when we look at things like growing of millets, the next step is the processing and being able to actually sell it or utilize it for your own consumption. Communities today are dependent on having to mill or process the millets at a certain distance from their location. So if you take the example of rural Kalahandi in Odisha, people have to travel 20-30 kilometers just to process their own produce and decide then how much of that they use for themselves, how much of that they sell on for value addition, and therefore build a safety net in terms of income generation. The effort or the integration of sustainable energy and decentralization of sustainable energy systems plays an important role here, because by having that decentralized millet processing unit, let's say owned and run by a self-help group in your local community, you're decentralizing that process of milling itself. You're enabling greater access to the processing, which means there's some level of encouragement and support to actually grow millets, to actually be able to then process it into a form that you can consume, into a form that you can sell on and gain value addition from. Similarly, when we look at horticultural commodities being grown in a certain area, because that adds to both nutrition as well as the relevance within that context in terms of climate change, you often see challenges around wastage of produce, right? Which has both implications in terms of climate change from a methane perspective, but also loss of income for farmers on the ground. Looking at decentralized agri-cold storage solutions that are at the farm gate itself, that allow the farmer to decide, one, to be able to harvest and store as they want to, and two, to be able to decide how much they would like to consume versus sell on to the market. So I think there are, what we've noticed is that sustainable energy can, especially when decentralized, can play a role in terms of both climate mitigation efforts, because of avoiding carbon emissions on a traditional fossil fuel-based system, but also on climate resilience efforts, because you're encouraging the production of certain kinds of crops, the consumption of certain kinds of commodities in the local community. And I think I'll just take a minute to talk about the health piece, because as Aparna was mentioning, when you look at health systems and the challenges that health systems face in the context of climate change, whether it is both, again, the health sector contributes significantly to the climate mitigation, the climate emissions or the carbon emissions that we see in the world. Decentralized sustainable energy combined with efficient appliances can actually change that context in terms of health systems becoming more resilient. So typically, if you went to a health center and tried to say, okay, what is the energy requirement? I might go to a sub-center in a distant part of Manipur or Meghalaya and say, okay, there are 3 lights, 1 fan, therefore the solar energy system design has to power this. We were fortunate enough to work very closely with health partners on the ground to really understand what is the service that needs to be provided at that facility. If that service is maternal care and immunization, Then the equipment that I need to add are baby warmers, phototherapy, suction apparatus, as well as the vaccine storage. Then you tell us what the system design for the solar energy system is. So I think looking at decentralized sustainable energy with efficient equipment and bringing in green built environment enables us to create more resilient last mile healthcare facilities. And in the context of a cyclone, in the context of heat stress, a lot of these facilities become particularly important. You don't want to be in a situation where you're a patient at a primary healthcare facility, you're dealing with heat stress, and you're sitting in a space that doesn't have any sort of cooling, right? So how do you make sure that each of those last mile health facilities is enabled with decentralized energy? And that's part of the work that we've been doing.
Thank you, Surabhi. So now, logically, yes, healthcare is what you touched upon. So I'm obviously going to direct my question to Dr. Raj Narayan. Health infrastructure is the backbone of a resilient society. I mean, this has become very evident, particularly in the times of COVID, that we've seen it, that the infrastructure needs to be prepared for unexpected, uncertain events that happen. Given that, and also given that the challenges with respect to extreme events, and then the impacts of it, be it heat waves, be it flooding events, be it other kind of diseases, pests and diseases are also projected to increase with climate change. So given that, Dr. Rajanarayan, your take on how prepared are we with the healthcare systems, and what do we actually need to be doing to at least identify the gaps to begin with, to finally address the challenges?
Okay. Thank you, Indu, and thank you, Manipal, for continuing my long association with Manipal. I am associated since 1.5 decades with Manipal. So talking about the healthcare facility and how prepared we are, let me begin with this, that healthcare facility is the first and the last line of defense when we talk about climate change and its impact. Now, first line of defense means already spoken by Surabhi, that they are a contributor to the GHGs. Around 4 to 5% of the GHGs are contributed by healthcare facility by way of their energy consumption, by way of their waste production. So they are a culprit there. But when we say last line of defense, they are also the people who will take care of the population in time of catastrophe. So both way we have to see the healthcare facility. And so one side we have to reduce the contribution of the health sector towards climate change, global warming and GHGs, and another side we have to prepare ourselves for any eventuality which is happening because of climate change. If we say preparedness, and if we go by the achievement we made during the pandemic, we all feel proud that yes, we are prepared for facing any such eventuality. But practically speaking, when we see in context of climate change and the consequences which are happening because of climate change, the most which we are doing at the healthcare facility is the addressing the direct impact of climate change. For example, we have in most of the hospitals, we have cool wards during the summer season, and I feel that the heat related effects of climate change are the only direct impact which climate change have. All other impacts are indirect impacts. So whether it is vector-borne disease, whether it is migration-related issues, whether it is food-borne and water-borne disease, all these are in a net indirect effects of climate change. So are we prepared for that? If we see our resources, we definitely have the potential, because we are one of the few countries which produce most of the medical graduates in a country in a year. We are hub for pharma, we are hub for vaccines. During COVID, we have seen we have become hub for many other things because we have proven our efficiency during that time. But with respect to the manpower awareness about the climate related issues, that is which is something lacking. Now when we see healthcare manpower, they are again at double whammy. One thing, they have to struggle themselves with that climate related event, and then at the same time they have to protect others. So when we see their occupational hazards or their own hazard because of climate, that is lacking. I think 5-6 years back, when we were talking about bringing basic occupational health services in the country at the PSC level, because we all know that we have a very good network of PSC in our country, and that system is good enough to implement any of the program in the country. So when we studied that, and when we talked to the doctors who are working in that PSCs about their own occupational health problem, I'm sorry to say many did not know that these are the occupational health problems they face. So that is one challenge for awareing the manpower which is there, and at the same time, and particularly during the extreme events, when as Aparna mentioned that these places are becomes difficult to access, then at those challenges, serving the community is again another challenge. As I said that with respect to the climate related or extreme event related preparedness, what few cities are doing in the country is they are preparing the heat action plan, and these heat action plan, very limited number of cities they have developed, and again these are active during the summer season. But if you see the degradation in the environment and the climate change, these type of plan should work 24/7 throughout the year. It is not a specific period during which we can work, because if health sector has to be resilient to address any calamity, then these are to work throughout the year. There should be functional mode throughout the year, but which is not happening. So we have a lot to do with respect to our preparedness for climate change related eventualities which may be coming in future. We are fortunate enough that government or the leadership in our country is taking proactive steps to provide all these support to the healthcare facilities for making it climate resilient infrastructure.
Thank you. So Neeta, obviously, for any action to be mobilized, knowledge, research primarily, and knowledge generation is a must. So in addressing the problem of environment or the climate challenge, or ultimately the sustainable development issues that we are talking about, research and education becomes a very crucial piece, because awareness building is a must on many aspects that we are discussing here today. So your take on where we stand today, what are the gaps, would be very useful to talk about at this forum.
Thank you, Indu, and thank you all the panelists for coming to Manipal. All of them were thanking Manipal. I thought I should thank you on behalf of Manipal. And when it comes to question that we are discussing right now, the impact of climate change on health, I think we have two things to look at. One is the impact on health, and another is the impact on health systems. And even our research agenda should probably be directed in both these directions. And for that, we need to have a very, very well-defined, well-thought-through, informed decisions regarding investments in research. So when it comes to even global, at the global level, the WHO observatory research that was conducted, that found out that out of 70,000 research projects that were in progress in 2016, only 0.2% were reaching the low-income countries. And 72% of that was actually going towards non-communicable diseases. It was 2016 data. And one thing that is probably worrisome, or something that needs our thinking through, is about 0.4%, I think, of WHO's own agenda, research agenda, was attended to through this research project. We are talking about 70,000 research projects. So close to 69,000, I think. But so what that tells us is there some kind of a gap in where we are investing when it comes to research? So as I said, of course, most of the research is happening, research is taking place, and there are increasing investments in research by different, of course, different powers within the world are investing differently. Of course, it's also investment in research, investment particularly in green research has been also on the political agenda of some of the powers. So, but is it reaching everyone? That's where probably G20 comes into picture. So how many of them are reaching, and what about the global inequalities that exist when it comes to this research? Are we really taking into account all that? And another thing, you also said about manpower. I would call it human resource to be more gender inclusive. And so are we not having the problem with human resource? So that's where research and education, I think, come into picture. We need very resource allocation. When it comes to research allocation, resource allocation, we need to think through, and we need a very decisive action on this front at a global level, where we have very clearly identified research focus and also human resource development. Are we really having enough medical schools? Are we having enough medical paramedical forces? Where is the investment coming for that? How do we align it with, because we are seeing all this, and not only that, just as we, as Dhanya talked about, going back to traditional wisdom becomes inevitable if the modern medicine, the supposed modern medicine, even these vocabulary is very, very problematic. What is modern? What is mainstream? Can we call Ayurveda as an alternative? It cannot be. Why? Because by calling it alternative, probably we are pushing it too much in. So, or exoticize. It's either way, it's problematic. So if we are trying to invoke traditional wisdom in the way the lives are lived, then even in that we need more research, which is in face-to-face conversation with modern, the supposed modern medicine. So are we able to bring these two, the traditional wisdom and the modern medicine, face-to-face? And are they able to engage in conversation? Can there be more research that brings together both of them? Because otherwise we see the modern medicine is more technology heavy and therefore more energy dependent, and therefore, and maybe more indigenous knowledge system that needs to be, I think, taken into account, considered as we go further. And I think it's all about wise investments in research and in human resource development, and this research allocation calls for a very thought through decision, and maybe at the G20 level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neeta. In fact, that was my next question to you. You know, what would be the key, takeaways, or what would be recommend with respect to, how can G20 play a role? So you seem to have addressed that question quite well, but we'll circle back to you towards the end again to kind of look at any specific policy interventions that you might want to bring in. So now I think let's start with Dr. Rajanarayan, because he looks at community health and all those healthcare systems he looks at environment and other things. So Dr. Rajanarayan, what key interventions do you see need to be brought in this space, or policy interventions that are required to facilitate this? Because we do know that there could be a pilot, but then for it to be scaled up, what you need is a policy that actually facilitates it. And ultimately, look at how can G20 facilitate this? Is there a way to do it? So if you could just address these three questions together in about a minute, that would be really great.
Okay, my take on policy decision, as I said, that which rightly said by Neeta, is that human resources, because we have to prepare our human resources for such eventualities. So my policy recommendation for this will be that we have to train our human resources on the environmental health related issues. But unfortunately, we don't have a single course, short-term, long-term, or postdoc on environmental health in our country, barring one master in public health which is run by Manipal on environmental, but again that has a 1 year duration. So such type of manpower training or manpower enrichment should be there. And again, as rightly mentioned in the beginning by Aparna, that it requires a behavioral change. So we have to inculcate the pro-environment behavior right from the school, right from the kindergarten. So that is one thing where we have to work for the environment and thereby minimize all these consequences which will be happening. And G20 being a group of countries which has enough resources, and if they set an example, either creating resilient infrastructure or creating environment for going toward the resilience, then that will be a very best platform to set an example for the entire world. When these superpowers, when these countries where there are limited resources, when they can act in this way, why can't other behave in that way? So I think G20 can be a good platform to act on these aspects.
Thank you. So over to you, Surabhi. Same questions, G20, but I would want you to think about, in the agriculture and health sector, and particularly from the energy perspective. We know there are a whole lot of well-meaning policies, with NDC being ramped up, renewable energy being actually given a lot of focus. We do know, but we also have to acknowledge that renewable energy is again a climate-sensitive sector in itself. So it is going to be subject to the vagaries of the climate that is there. So given that, how do we prepare ourselves? And what's the mixed bag that can be proposed to kind of take this forward?
Thank you. I think one thing to kind of stress is when we look at policies and institutionalization of policies, where are we trying to institutionalize this? So for us as an energy sector, we are keen to ensure that if we're talking about solar energy systems on the rooftop of a primary health center, that it has to be eventually owned by the health department, just like they own all other health infrastructure pieces. So one of the efforts has been to work with the, based on, the 2,000 odd public health facilities that have been solar powered with efficient equipment. We've brought out technical specifications and guidelines to say, what does it mean to solar power a sub-center, a health and wellness center, a primary health center, a community health center, if you're providing XYZ services. These technical specifications become critical because if you look at the National Health Systems Resource Center, which provides guidelines to your national health missions at the state to say, what equipment do you procure? Today, the equipment is probably, here's how you get a grid connection. Here's how you buy a DG set for power backup. We want to change that system so that the advice being given to national health missions is that based on 2,000 facilities being implemented, these are the technical guidelines and specifications. These are the energy efficient equipment that you need in your health facility and your solar energy system design, accompanied by the operations, maintenance, and training. So it does mean that human resources have to be upskilled to not only, and I understand this is an added, added point that health staff have to take on, but being able to utilize and train, being able to train health staff on utilizing energy systems, on having the skills to do basic maintenance and to know how do you escalate that in case the solar energy system is not working. Because there is no question of having a solar energy system for a primary health center and then having failures in that don't work, because this is the facility that is supposed to be most resilient on the ground to be able to meet the needs of community health. So there is now a new engagement group called the Startup 20 as part of G20, where one of the task forces is focused on sustainability and inclusion. And the idea is, how do you support startups that are solving for sustainable development goals? This is where you look at whether it's health tech, whether it is agri-tech that can improve the lives of communities on the ground. How do you support these startups to really be able to do that in the right way? And we're not saying, just your claim of employment generation or net zero is adequate to be counted as a startup solving for sustainability. Let's have rigorous metrics on it, but provide the right ecosystem as a G20 to be able to support these startups, to be able to support clean energy enterprises on the ground, to implement solutions, to maintain solutions, so that the health department is not thinking 4 times. Typically they would have an electrician come in and fix their system, but they should as easily have access to a clean energy enterprise or a technology enterprise that can fix any issues within their infrastructure on energy and systems. So both working with the government on institutionalizing these aspects within policy, ensuring allocations within the program implementation plans of different states so that you're allocating resources for energy systems, and people do it, but for alternate, currently it is for diesel generators or whatever backup, but how can you ensure that is integrated? And I think working with state health missions to say, when you're building new sub-centers like in Meghalaya, how do you make them climate resilient to begin with? So your green built environment and your improved building efficiency, along with solar energy and efficient equipment, is a part of the new structures, and there are champions on the ground who are really willing to do that. So working both from a policy level as well as working with champions to really pilot these solutions and implement them across states so that you can prove that model.
Well said, Surabhi. I think it's a two-way process. You can't just thrust it from above. It also needs to emerge from the ground. So coming back to emerging from the ground, Danya, millets, growing millets, it's an individual choice. Again, the demand comes from personal choices of consumption. So which is all about behavioral change, which is the hardest piece in the conversation around climate, because behavioral change is required for cutting down emissions, behavioral change is required for sustainability at the end of the day. So where do you see this happening, and how do we mobilize this? So what are the important things, 2 or 3 important things that needs to be done to get the conversation going? It could be interventions or it could be policy decisions. And of course, the key takeaway for G20 to kind of put this puzzle together. So your take on that.
Thank you for that question, Indu. My take on this is that the need of the hour is more cross-sectoral policy making. And let me also respond to this from the viewpoint of another major linkage between forests and human health, which is zoonosis and the outbreak of epidemics. And with climate change, evidence suggests that such epidemic outbreaks are going to be more frequent. But most of the time, the response from global health organizations, including WHO, is in a firefighting mode, as if we couldn't have predicted where such outbreaks are going to occur. But if you look at all the scientific studies that we have been doing across many years, there are many modeling studies where scientists have really predicted where outbreaks are going to occur. In fact, there was in 2019 this very famous Lancet study which predicted that the next major epidemic is going to happen in India or China, and because 3 major factors they could relate it with was the high rate of deforestation and land use change, 1, and second, high population density in forested landscapes, and third, high mammalian diversity. Human beings being mammals, there are high chances of disease vectors, pathogens in mammals crossing over to humans, right? But then also, there was this Ebola outbreak in 2011 in Uganda and many African countries, and there also scientific studies have shown that they took around 100 variables to explain this disease outbreak, and what they could find out was the best predictor is deforestation in 2 years leading to the first case. But still, how much of the global health funding is being channeled to prevent tree loss? And are we working with these farming communities, mostly poor rural agrarian communities, who end up cutting down trees because they live in areas where the soils are not fertile and they have very low access to technology? Are we helping these farmers to move to sustainable agriculture practices? We are not. In fact, scientists who have revisited these villages after a decade, they have found out that deforestation is only increasing in these places, right? So in most of the conversations, so coming to the policy making in health sector, we can see that experts in ecology, experts in conservation, experts in forestry, they are mostly conspicuous by their absence. So it is very important that decision making is more cross-sectoral and more inclusive, And when we come to translating this policy to interventions for a country like India, it is very important to come up with place-based solutions that are very context-specific. So I think Mission Life is a great opportunity that way. And let me give you one example, in terms of the context, the need of context-specific interventions in this case. One of my students who was working, who was looking at River Ganga and the health status of the river, and she was trying to understand the perceptions of different stakeholders whose livelihood depend on the river. The boatsmen, the people who depend on the river for, pujas and rituals, the fishers. And she was asking this question, your livelihoods are dependent on the river, you worship Ganga as Ganga Ma, but then why are you throwing all this waste into the river, And the answer was quite interesting. The answer in most cases was that Ganga Ma is so powerful, whatever you throw into her, no, it is not going to affect her. This is one version. And on the other side, I had a chance to visit villages in northern Karnataka, rural Karnataka, which are very classified as very backward districts socioeconomically. And open defecation is a major problem in these villages. But most of the households have very, brand new toilets built under Swachh Bharat and other government welfare schemes. So I was asking the women in this rural household, why are you not using these toilets? You have such new toilets and you're using these toilets to store grains. And you take such great risks to go out, being bitten by snakes and all, and then you do this. Why do you want to do this? And then the answer was again quite interesting. She told, this commodes have water and I can't use this because water is Ganga Ma. I can't pollute her. Look at two divergent versions of Ganga Ma. One is that she's so powerful that you can't pollute her. The other is that she's so divine that you should not pollute her. So when you look at interventions in a country like India, it is very, very important to understand this kind of cultural beliefs and practices that could often deter your health and sanitation practices. So I think that is a key to induce behavioral changes as part of Mission Life. Thank you.
Thank you, Danya. Thank you for bringing in a very interesting perspective into the conversation. So now over to you, Aparna. So, SDGs, when we say, we know there are all the governments, at least in the state level, I know that, there are a whole lot of metrics around which people try to kind of put together numbers. But yet, we are where we are. We all know that, by 2030, they're not going to be achieved. So given this, what do you think needs to be in place to actually get action in the right direction?
Yes, I'd emphasize on 4 key points where we need to look at. First, and these actionable points can be adopted right from a subnational level to a national level to the G20 level. All it needs is collaboration and effective action. So the first one is understand the health-related vulnerabilities to climate change, even at a systems level. Why I'm saying so is because currently there is a low understanding of what health-related vulnerabilities are from the impact of climate change. The max we talk about is communicable diseases, for example, or vector-borne diseases that spread because of erratic rainfall patterns, etc., and some extreme weather events' direct impact on the healthcare systems and infrastructure. But there is a lot of effort that is required on ground to systematically assess why and where and for what reasons are the health system vulnerable to climate change, and look at and use the information to identify effective solutions on ground. That is number one. So a better mapping, so to speak. The second is bringing together key actors. Actors at a superficial level, which is health department working with civil societies, think tanks and others, who we see are not enough. We've spoken a lot about traditional knowledge and knowledge that are inherent within communities and also I need to flag here that a lot of resilience building measures are quite inherent within the communities. We have the coping capacity. A lot of us really don't need to be told how to adopt. We already know how to adapt. So integrate these. I mean, there is a need for an integrated approach. Listen to these actors on ground, right, who are at immediate impact. Then the third one is gather the right amount of resources, especially financial resources to implement the adaptive practices to healthcare. Right, a lot of resources are still not there or not mobilized or don't reach the intervention a specific area. And the fourth and the last one would be to monitor, evaluate and learn from the best practices, monitor what is happening, evaluate how much of an impact is the intervention making, rethink, refine solution, learn from, learn, unlearn, rethink, and keep building effective solution. Change will be constant, like I said, we need to adapt to the uncertainties of climate impact, so we need to keep reeling under that.
Thank you, Aparna. Did you have any thoughts to share on the aspects that we are discussing, Neeta? And then we'll open up the floor for discussion, for questions.
Okay, I think I'll continue from where I had stopped. It's basically again about very reasoned, rational, and evidence-based in investments, in research, and in capacity building in general. So when we talk about capacity building at the global level, we're also talking of both research and human resource development. But one thing maybe I would just like to add based on even what Dhanya was saying, basically about how to make this research more multidisciplinary, only investment in health research, because the cultural aspects are so very important as we do research, as we go forward. Because just to continue with what she said, I had an aunt who would tell us, don't waste water, because in that case, Ganga Maya will curse you that your money will get wasted similarly. And it was such an effective tool to not waste water. And so there are so many things and which are very cultural. And therefore what happens is it's important for us to focus on multidisciplinary research at the global level. And also we have recently learned that even G20 or anybody cannot insulate themselves from what is happening in elsewhere in the world. And therefore whatever G20 does today, it will have to take into account the entire global scenario. And even if it comes to allocation of research resources, it has to be in such a way that the nook and corner of the world is reached through these resources. And also when it comes to human resource development, it has to be in such a way that it is well developed and accessible to the entire global population. So we cannot insulate in any way. So what all efforts will have to be at the global level, all interventions have to be at the global level, though it is money or investment happening from the G20. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Neeta. So I think now we'll open up for questions. So please feel free to ask questions, be very concise. We have about 12 minutes for the Q&A, and indicate to which of the panelists you're addressing the question. So over to the audience now. Can somebody take the mic there, please?
Hi, I'm Sanjay. My question is to Aparna. The initiatives taken by the Government of India in CDRI, IRIS, small island developing states. So what do you think, how the strategies are aligned of these three initiatives to achieve a common goal?
Thank you. That's excellent. As we speak of the resilient infrastructure, I think that is a step in the very right direction. India does realize that, and sorts of want to come across as an actor who understands the vulnerability of the global south, and also how climate action could be aligned effectively with development imperative. So one of the most threatened sectors is also infrastructure in any form, not just healthcare infrastructure, but like I said, hard infrastructure, soft infrastructure such as agricultural lands, etc. So I think by creating a coalition, what we are trying to do is to effectively shape up a resilience building mechanism and put that in place. If we have at least a framework in place that the other countries, vulnerable countries of the region, especially global south, can adapt and implement something like a Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction per se, that would go a long way in ensuring that not just the existing infrastructure infrastructures are better retrofitted, but the new infrastructures that we are building and are consciously building are resilient to climate threats. However, while I said this, there is a lot of course correction that we need to make. Disappointingly so, in our last budget, we introduced Gati Shakti, right, which is bringing in huge investments on infrastructure, which are, ideally going to outlive a century. Now, if you look at those plans, climate is generally still added to the requirements or guidelines for what we need for putting infrastructure in place. I think there we need to course correct, because climate should not come as a secondary added component in these guidelines, but it has to be quote unquote mainstreamed effectively, so that as we start building the infrastructure, resilience is something which comes inherent in our development and not added to kind of get sanctions or clearances just because it is green in nature. So this morning we were discussing, no matter a building sort of is green, blue, black or whatever, the guidelines have to be very specific and should directly align with whether making that infrastructure is resilient or not, or going in the right direction.
Well, thank you. My name is Bharat Desai from GNU. I'm very happy that all the panelists have spoken about multidisciplinary and the whole issue of environment in general and climate change in particular having effect on health system. But I'm a little surprised that none of the panelists have thought it necessary to really put a finger on one of the biggest growing challenge, at the global level, which is thought about, is the impact of environment in general and climate in particular on sexual and gender-based violence. This is one of the biggest worries. I think large number of countries which have been affected by pandemics and several of those disasters, they say when disasters strike, women become, they suffer from double victimhood, both because you are human being and also because of your gender. Food, fuel, and fodder for which, you go out, huge number of things, environment-related conflicts, taking place, in many parts of the world, So there are interconnectivity between growing environmental deterioration, desertification, huge number of rain deficit, conflicts taking place, and then taking those things. So once women venture out, including conflicts like Ukraine and elsewhere, that once you step out of your home, you are vulnerable. And the figures which are being available by WHO itself shows that the cost will be about $53 trillion by year 2050. And so I think it's in a country like India, we have the 1/6 of the global population. I'm sure, although because this issue is almost placed under the carpet, it's they say spoken in hushed tones, still not come on the radar screen, naming and shaming. So I think probably it's a high time that both from the health point of view as well as social science point of view, probably this issue needs to be placed, especially when we speak about the value of knowledge and research and the women scholars, without being ashamed or those things. You need to step forward and I think highlight. And there is a special issue of this journal, Environmental Policy on Law, which is dedicated to climate change. I happen to be the editor of this journal, and this carries the article which I am talking about, cost of climate change, heightened gender and sexual violence. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing that aspect. Without specifically talking about gender, equity issues were spoken about, but thanks for highlighting this point. Yes.
I'm Dr. Maheshwari from Madhya Pradesh, Satna. I'm there for last 32 years, where there was no facility in that area. It was a rural-based model which we started. So I have just one suggestion to the whole panel. You spoke so nicely on various verticals, including right from the research to environment to resilience. My simple suggestion to this talk was, whenever we make a policy, it has to be a simple policy. It has to be probably 3 or 4 lines SOPs which has to be given. One of the speaker was saying that we are not connected to doctors. And it is really the problem which I see in our healthcare system. The policy makers are really not connected with the person, those who are working in PSCs and various rural-based hospitals. They don't know the importance of some of the aspects which you are focusing on to. First thing. Second thing is, about 25 years back in Chitrakoot, we started Dadi Maa Ka Batua with Nanaji Deshmukh. It had 21 simple medicaments which had Shar Sutra, plain blade for safe delivery, kapoor, and then clove oil. So we designed that. If you have some simple solutions, why I'm trying to tell you, there are a lot of students. So when you go out from big institute, I am an alumni of this college. I did join in '76. I have seen the changes. So what happens is, when we create any institution or when we create any policy, we have to be very, very minimal. If we are simplistic and if we are minimal, probably policies reach very fast. Polio got eradicated with do boond zindagi ke. I think so that is the policy which we really want to have. If we have larger policies, drafts and pages and after pages, I have seen that. It is very difficult, because once we go to Cornell, once we go to Sloan Memorial, story is different. Research in India has to be evidence-based research, which we have done it. It cannot be a research what we are talking about at genomic level at one of the primary health center in Yellapur or Dandeli. So it has to be some kind of a research which can translate very easily, and that has to be taught to the students. If we are not able to teach that, then it becomes very difficult, because they feel then he has to be in Bangalore or she has to be in Bangalore or probably Tata Memorial. And as you have rightly said, that funding in this country goes to majority of big centers. We don't get fund for any research for that matter. Because I am from Birla Group, so I get a lot of funding from my corporate. But it doesn't happen to most of the institutes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I mean, I think your experience obviously gives insights that's very valuable for the students. So it was more a comment than a question. So we have time for 2 short questions. Please keep it very short. Even if it's a comment, let it be short, please.
Good morning, I'm Soumya of Geopolitics and International Relations student. So my question is open to all the panelists. So my question is, in places like Sub-Saharan Africa, country of Mali, some farmers cultivate millets and some farmers cultivate rice, but due to climate change, most of the cultivation are taken over by the millet farmers, so which led to conflicts and other negative impacts. So how can we mitigate such conflicts due to climate change in the developing world through the mission life? That's my question.
I think you can take 2 questions at a time and then, yeah?
So my question is to Aparna ma'am, where it talks about that developed countries have benefited from industrial development leading to rising greenhouse gases, whereas developing countries have to bear the brunt by cutting down their emission levels. This has led to untapped economic development, and either parties, they hold each other responsible for it. So in this case, what is the way forward in tackling the problem of climate change globally as an issue? That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, myself, Dr. Sridhar. I lead for UNICEF health work in the 3 states of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Telangana. And thank you for that excellent panel discussions. I really enjoyed all the discussions. So I have 2 questions. First question is for Dr. Tiwari. Sir, you lead the ICMR Institute for Research in Environmental Health. So can you just share any experiences on impact of environment health on children in India? Any research on that? And my second question is to Surbhi. So 2,000 facilities with energy efficient, with renewable energy. I think it is a good news for me now. So can you throw some more light on that? So where are these 2,000 facilities operationalized? And any of your work in these 3 states, Andhra, Karnataka, and Telangana, on making these health facilities, especially the sub-center and the PHCs? Thank you.
Since we are close to the closing time, I just had one suggestion to the panelists that we could specifically with respect to...
I think the panel is so interesting and people are interested. We can top up by 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yes.
Cool. Then I think go for it.
Yeah, so coming to the question on conflicts between millet farming and rice farming, right? So yeah, in the context of climate change, it's not only conflicts between different kinds of cropping practices, but also you could see conflicts between pastoralists and settled agriculturists, right? It's not only because of climate change, but in the if you talk about Indian context, it's also because of green revolution policies, which has actually converted seasonal cropping into something of a perennial cropping, double cropping, and there is no free season where the farmlands are left open for pastoralists to graze. So there are documented conflicts even in between transhumans, the pastoralists who practice transhumance because of the changes in weather and changes in cropping practices. Some of these are also driven by policies, right? Changes in policies. So my response would be, in the context of increasing climate vulnerabilities, what we have to look at is agroecologically suited farming practices, looking at the local soil conditions, the local traditional knowledge. It is important to go back to some of the traditional cropping systems, which could also solve some of these conflicts. And in the African context, there was also a question of gender that somebody was pointing that this we didn't have a specific or a focused discussion on gender, but then there are some very successful interventions where trees were integrated into farming systems and the changes were just wonderful. Integrating a few trees in dryland cropping systems could bring in multiple changes in multiple SDGs, because the fuel wood dependence on forests came down. Women could get secure sources of fuel wood. This actually reduced HIV/AIDS, because women, when they go out into forests for collection of fuel wood, they often get raped, and all this actually led to the spread of AIDS. So just introducing a few trees in the farm could have a multiplier effect on all these SDGs. So it is very important to look at the context and also look at this kind of interventions that can actually that can synergize the impacts across all the different SDGs. Thank you.
Regarding children environmental health, as such, in our country, as I said in the beginning itself, that when we consider climate change and health related event, we have most of the studies done on the extreme temperature conditions and the vector-borne disease. These are the two broad areas which are touched with respect to climate change, but that not specifically climate change and children environmental health. But then when you see the contributors of climate change, say ambient air pollution, say indoor air pollution, say the chemical pollution, there are multiple studies on children health. So indirectly, if you want to relate it with the climate change, yes, there are studies, but direct studies, the main thing is that, as Professor Maheshwari also said, that the problem is that people think that environment is not our issue. In fact, environmental health or environment is everybody's issue. So long as, the irony is that all these environmental health issues, they become overt after decades. And so nobody think that currently I am affected. But then they are doing the activity with which they might themselves be affected 20 years later or 30 years later. So we have to think from this day onwards that yes, this is my responsibility and I have to behave responsibly.
So the program that I was referring to, initially we started with about 30 pilots in NGO-run, PPP model-based primary healthcare centers, and that was between 2016 to 2019-20, which is when we learned a lot more about what kind of services and therefore what kind of equipment would be required and the energy system. Unfortunately, when COVID happened, there was, or rather, maybe the flip side or the positive side is that there was a greater interest within the health system to strengthen primary health care. We were able to mobilize resources to then look at blanketing all public health facilities across 10 districts in 5 states. So in Karnataka, this was Raichur primarily, and some work in Koppal and Yadgir. We had 2 districts in Odisha, 2 districts in Meghalaya, 2 districts in Manipur, and 1 in Nagaland. And this was based on kind of where Selco Foundation was involved, where our partners were involved, and where we were able to get interest from the state health mission as well as the district administration to kind of look at this. So out of the 2,000 odd health facilities, 90% of these are primary health facilities, and the initiative itself ensures that servicing and maintenance components of the energy system and the appliance are included at least for a period of 5 years, and then engaging with the health actors there to ensure that they're allocating resources for future maintenance. So part of the program is also for us to have these trainings with health staff to say, why is this system even relevant or important? And we've been able to, because of this, garner interest with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to look at a larger program of 25,000 public health facilities, again focused on primary health facilities across the country over a 5-year period. This is an ambition for us. We're partnering and in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to look at this across 8 states. And the idea is to then be able to have the kind of knowledge documents, the templates, the ecosystem structures that you need for other states to take it up as well. We've focused on these states because we have an active presence there, and we've built up that ecosystem of local energy enterprises and understanding of the training needs and understanding of the service requirements. But the idea is to be able to work with other state health missions, work with entities like the NHSRC to be able to incorporate this and integrate this into other states as well.
So on the question of developed versus developing countries' progress, I'd just say that, look, that's already something that India as a leader for climate governance already argues at the international or global negotiation stage, right? So developed countries have had their phase of industrialization, they have grown with their dependence on fossil fuels. It's our time to grow, and that would, and if we shift or transform completely to or transit to a new model of development, that would come at a cost. It would need finance, it would need adequate technology, right? So we always keep pushing the developed countries to help us or aid in this transition, help the developing countries transit to a sustainable model, right? But having said that, we need to also realize that this negotiation would solve the net zero problem that we want to achieve, right? But at the end of the day, even as we speak right now, if we are to come to net zero right now, the already suspended emissions in the atmosphere would be there for about 100 years, which means that climate impact would be more frequent, it would be more intense and severe. And developing countries of the global south are at the front line of this crisis. A lot of our vulnerable population that runs into millions are actually facing the brunt at that level, right? So it's therefore in our interest to strive hard to ensure that we build those resilience mechanisms within our SDGs while we develop for in order to avert any crisis of that scale or to adapt to climate better, right? So that sort of a growth model is lies within our interest, and that is where I think India is doing a commendable job, because it's also the only G20 country which is going to meet its net zero ambition or climate action. What would happen in 2070 is still to be seen, but at least we are in our own capacity striving hard and trying to and making efforts in the right direction to chase the intended goal and outcome, and also influencing a lot of other countries to adapt a similar low growth or a green mod or a sustainable model for development.
Thank you, Aparna. Just to let the audience know, the panelists are going to be here through the day, so feel free to interact with any of us here. So we'll stop taking any more questions for want of time. So just to kind of quickly close this session, as a moderator's prerogative, I'm just going to bring in some thoughts into the play. Few seconds, that's it. And I'm not going to put you up with summarizing everything that's been very well articulated already. But the key points that have definitely emerged is science-based evidence, research, which will mobilize the right kind of investments into the right set of things that needs to be done, is extremely crucial. And of course, we need to move from being reactionary to being prepared. And how do we mobilize it? We had wonderful thoughts around it. And thirdly, although you are looking at policy and broad directions, some context specificity is as important as well, because we are looking at a very diverse country with diverse problems and diverse set of issues at hand. And for which, of course, one needs to be pushing for an integrated approach. But that said, which also means, you need to work in both directions, both top-down and bottom-up has to be in place. And finally, when we are trying to do all of these, monitoring, evaluation, and learning should be the key piece, which is what would help us to do what we are doing better, or also even do those course correction that's very important when we implement something. Finally, last but not the least, gender-sensitive policy making or even interventions, or why not look at gender neutrality? I think that's the way to think when we are trying to solve the problem. So thank you very much. Thanks to all the great interventions from all my panelists out here. Wonderful having you all here. And thanks to Mahe Manipal for inviting us all here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your invaluable contribution as moderator and panelists for stimulating a comprehensive deliberation on the necessary lifestyle changes and building up the resilient infrastructure to overcome climate change-induced issues. The expertise from diverse backgrounds have brought out fruitful discussion which showed solutions for implementing SDGs holistically. We kindly request our moderator, Dr. Indu K. Murthy, to hand over the mementos to the panelists. We kindly request Dr. Teddy Andrews, Associate Professor and Coordinator, MSW Program, Department of Social Health Innovation, PSPH Mahe Manipal, to hand over the memento to our moderator. I invite the panelists of our second session of day 2 on digitalization in health infrastructure to kindly be seated on the stage for the panel session. I invite Mr. Julian Wen, Head Department of Social and Health Innovation, PSPH Mahim, Manipal, to moderate the session. Over to you, sir.
No? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here and to moderate this session around digitalization of healthcare, of health infrastructure. And I have the honor to have a very beautiful panel with me to talk about this very important topic. I just wanted to start with a slight definition of what we will talk about in this session. To specify what we mean by digitalization and digital transformation. And I think our panel today is more about digital transformation and how the system can be transformed. Sometimes people think that digitalization of healthcare, it's only putting a few electronic items, electronic device or softwares in the middle of existing process. This is actually what we mean by digitization or digitalization. But actually the question now is to digital transform these healthcare systems, and actually with my fellow panelists we will discuss certainly more about how we transform the healthcare system, how we transform the way we are providing care, thanks to digital, but not only with computer devices and softwares, as well in redesigning completely the processes within the healthcare system. So it's an important point to have in mind. Yesterday, actually, and today again, we talked about digitalization or digital as a potential solutions to different challenges we have around the SDGs, different challenges we have about the modernization of healthcare and the preparedness for upcoming crisis. So it's nice to have this session to try to foresee the solutions, and my colleagues here have plenty of solutions to propose and to discuss about. Of course, digital transformation could be an opportunity for better access. We talked about yesterday, access to care for remote area or for some part of the population. It's better quality of care as well. The digital is expected to bring some precision medicine or personalized medicine. So we are talking about improving the quality of care and the outcome for the patients. Optimization of cost. Usually we talk about digital as a cheap solution, so we will see if it's true during this session. And certainly as well a solution for some health professional shortage. We know that physicians, nurses are lacking in every country in the world, I would say. It's a problem we have everywhere. And digital could be a solution to enhance, empower these health professionals to do more with the lack of resource they have. So we have a variety of solutions and we will discuss about it. Just want to specify as well, to have that in mind for the session, that digital has kind of superpower. The superpower of digital is to be able at the same time to be very specific to a person, and I was talking about personalized healthcare, so thanks to data we can have personalized approach in the care we are providing to the people, but at the same time we can scale it up very quickly and in a very cheap manner. This is the superpower of digital, because digital is everywhere, and thanks to connectivity we can reach out the population, and we will discuss about that. And these superpowers of ubiquity of digital and the capacity to have a different relation with space and time thanks to digital in the service are very important. And I will quote Spider-Man, actually. Huge superpower implies huge responsibility as well. So of course, it could be solutions, as I just said, but today we will talk about as well the upcoming challenges we have about digital, the kind of framework we have to design, the kind of values and ethics we have to push around that, the kind of risk we will have around the deployment of digital. So not everything is pink and lovely. In digital, we have to be conscious of the challenge we have ahead. So I will first introduce my co-panelists, which I'm very, very pleased to have this discussion, and we had a lot of discussion before this session, and it was very, very interesting. So first I will introduce Professor Angela Brand, just at my right side. She's head of department at the Public Health Genomics in the School of Life Science here in Manipal. Angela spent a large part of her career in different institutions, policy making, research, innovation, different environment in Europe and here in India. She will share her experience. I will present the other co-panelist, the woman on the panel, Tanu Gupta. She's program officer at PATH in India, in charge of digital health and deploying a lot of digital health projects. And you have as well an experience in policy making because you were working previously at the Ministry of Family and Welfare around the digital mission, and you will talk about that as well. I'm pleased as well to receive Vaidhi Iyer as well, former Chief of Operation IBM Security Command Center in India, an expert in cybersecurity for the last 25 or 30 years, an eminent expert on this domain. And Kiran Har, who is Deputy Director, Business Development for the company Applied Materials in India, developing a lot of projects in AI, an expert of the implementation, the real grassroots implementation and the reality of AI, here with high-level scientific concept behind as well, and you will talk about that. So, the session will be organized in 3 themes. We will discuss about 3 themes with your different experiences, different point of view, and some remarks. So first question, and maybe Angela, we can start with you. First question, we know that digital is empowered because of the raw material of digital is data. And some people were speaking about data as a new oil or a new raw material that enhance and empower everything. So my question to all of you is, do you think this comparison is accurate? Why data is so important in your experience? And if you can give some examples, it would be important. Is it an object of threat, the data as well? So why data would be the new oil?
Thanks also for your nice introduction, Julian. And I just would like to, maybe if I may, so at one point where I really think there's one in digital transformation still one really blind spot, and this is in the healthcare sector, that's in the business sector, it's everywhere, and that's the people. But I guess we will come back to it. So now coming back to your question really, are data the new oil? And that was a topic of The Economist. I think it was in May 2017, and then in 2020 The Economist had another contribution saying, is data the new oil, or is it sunshine? Yeah, so, and then for example in I think it was 2015 at the World Economic Forum in Davos in Switzerland, it was discussed whether oil is a new currency. And then in The Lancet in 2019, later, it was discussed, is it the new blood? But that was, by the way, not the first time it was compared, data to new blood. And so my very personal view on that question, there are 4 parts. I would say, okay, good news is that we are no longer discussing issues whether data should be singular or plural, so purely grammar, yeah. It's and now better the question is, why are data so singularly plural? My second point is, yes, we have many metaphors we use for data at the moment. That is not surprising, since it reflects on the different views of the different stakeholders looking on data. And oil, the metaphor is taken clearly from the energy sector, then currency from the banking sector, of course, the blood from the healthcare sector, and all the metaphors are used to describe flows of data. Originally, they were linked to oil, suggesting that data is a new fuel, is a new fuel and of the future. And more recently, comparison with sunlight, because solar rays, they will everywhere and underlie everything. There's also a debate about infrastructures, for example, in this context. So yes, many metaphors are used for data, and yes, all stress incredible power, the incredible power of data leading to transformation in all the various fields, in all the various sectors. My third point is, personally, given my background from the healthcare sector in different, so in governmental or academia part, I would prefer the two metaphors, blood and currency. And why? For me, blood is essential for human beings. There's no human life without blood. And we even can donate blood. So we can donate with our blood, with our data and the blood, we can save lives. So this is incredible, I think. And the metaphor of currency, I think it's really closing gaps of inequality worldwide, including social inequalities. Why? Because we are all rich when it comes to data. We all can provide data, not only the medical data, but also social data, where we live, pollution data, so they can all be integrated. So we are all rich, no matter we are poor, we are rich, in what continent we are living, whether we are male, we are female, so we are all in the same boat. So again, data, in my view, they don't lead to digital divide. This is often discussed. I would say the opposite. No, it's really overcoming these divides. And my last point is, in the end, data is not about metaphors. It helps us to understand the enormous broadness, but it is about principles. And I think the key principle is how can we use data, the power of data, for good governance, and a good governance which is balancing the personal benefit of each individual worldwide, globally, and the common good. And so data and digital transformation, I think, has a potential for us as a new form of a really bottom-up democracy somehow.
Thank you, Angela. Kiran, what's your take on this? Of course, your solutions, the solutions you developed are very much based on data. Could you explain us in what kind of concept they are involved and why it's so crucial and critical asset for your activity? And perhaps the question, we had a discussion about this question of ownership of data and with your clients, the kind of relationship or the kind of discussion it can lead to, perhaps.
Sure. Thanks, Julian. Thank you to Mahe for organizing this and giving me the opportunity to speak here. So I'll come to your question. Well, in principle, I agree with what Angela is saying, that data is ubiquitous. It is everywhere. I think a lot of this data is the new oil, or the sunshine industry is a marketing tool that we tend to get caught up in. Data by itself has no meaning. Just by saying that I've got a lot of data and therefore I can do so much with it is not the best way to look at it. The data still requires a lot of processing, a lot of cleaning. So I would rather say data is the oil that's still under the rock. You have to pump it out, you have to purify it, you have to process it before it's usable. But we get caught up in this whole thing saying, oh, data is everywhere, people are taking my data, they are selling the data. A lot of this comes from the awareness of what a Google and an Amazon does with your data. All data is not equal. So where you click your mouse, what articles you read, that might be good for your personal shopping requirements. But when it comes to healthcare, the data has completely different meaning, which talks to your next point of who the owner of the data is. Now, by right, the data should be owned by the patient. The medical industry is the custodian of the data. They have permission from the patient to utilize their data for research purposes or to develop newer technologies. But the hospital never owns that data. They just have the rights to use it. Now, the hospital's primary business is providing healthcare services, even the medical industry or even policing. What needs to happen is this data needs to be purified, processed by an industrial entity who is specialized in working with data and give that as a feedback. The industry will never own that data. So we cannot leverage the data or even commercially exploit it. For example, if we were to look at some of the solutions that we as Applied Materials look at, we look at imaging-based data. The images are owned by the patient. They are licensed to us for use only for developing that product. As a company, I can never own that data. I cannot commercially exploit it. So it's not the same as Google knowing where you were when you were driving your car. So there is nothing I can do with it. It has no economic value to us as an industry. What has economic value is what we do with the data afterwards. And that is where I think a lot of the misconception of what data can do, what can people take my data and run away with it. I think that's a frivolous discussion which tends to get a lot more media saying they've stolen your privacy and all of that, which holds no water. If we all pause and think about it, you'll realize there isn't that much you can do with someone's data unless the person at the other end is skilled enough to actually pick up what is important. Yes, if you keep looking at the same thing on your shopping cart, Amazon will know you want this badly and they'll send you those scores. But if you keep looking at histopathology images, they are not going to know whether you have some condition that you are being diagnosed for. You could be a student doing a research project. It has no significance. I think that's where we need to understand that data has to be in the right hands for it to actually have value.
Thank you very much, Kiran. Tanu, maybe on this question, from your experience on the implementation of some projects, the question of data and its importance, and perhaps from your previous experience as policymakers as well in national context, what is the value of data?
Okay. So I agree with what the other panelists said, that in this digital age, data is essential, vital, indispensable, so to say, for improving the user experience, for improving healthcare service delivery, affordability, accessibility of services. But what Kiran very rightly pointed out was that contextualization of data is extremely important for it to have value and for its effective utilization. So for example, we had a lot of data coming in during COVID times that we have so much number of COVID cases. But when we add the right perspective, the right geography, the strain, the available health systems for it to be tackled, that gives value to that data. So to be able to see data, to be able to process data into information is extremely important. And that's what some of the digital solutions did in India. So Arogya Setu, CoWIN, for example, they were data-driven digital solutions, and they were very widely accepted. They were frugal, they were quickly scaled up across the country. They were developed in such a way that the adoption was quick. So they were based on the right utilization of the available data. And also there are a lot of concerns surrounding data, like Sir also mentioned. So we have to understand that digital health has different dimensions. There's the architecture and policy piece, then comes the technology, then comes implementation and adoption. So different concerns surrounding data misuse, about malpractices around data can be addressed in these dimensions of digital health.
Thank you very much, Tanu. Vaidi, who are your cybersecurity experts working since many years in this domain, we have seen wars and conflicts around oil. Do we see conflicts and wars around data nowadays?
Good morning everyone, and thank you for having me here. I want to start with a contradiction, Julian. This is an oft-quoted statement that data is the new oil. I say data is not oil. There's no comparison. Okay, if metaphorically, as Amelia said, that yes, it is. And I feel this is happening from a previous colonial mindset that oil was used to control everything. There were a few countries in OPEC who used to lift the price, drop the price, etc. Right? Now let me tell you some of the few things. I'll come to your question, Julian, but let me give you a few things why data is not oil. Oil is an exhaustible commodity. Data never exhausts. Data keeps getting modified. Today, your large companies like Chevron, ExxonMobil are all moving into renewable energies. They are rebranding themselves as energy companies, not oil companies anymore. Saudi Arabia is moving away from oil, Gulf is moving away from oil, everybody is moving away from oil. Why? Because oil is not sustainable. the statement that data is oil, which is being made by a lot of the people, has a sinister design behind it. It's because now I used to control you with oil, now I'll control you with data. So you have OPEC, which used to do that, right? Until the world order has begun to change. Similarly, you have Kiran will agree with me, the FANG companies, right? Which are the ones, who have control over the data. There's a lot of debate which is happening in the country here. A lot of other countries, there should be data sovereignty, etc. So data and oil, skewed comparison. But if you're saying that, yes, that's going to the way, now come to the positive side of it. Why data can be compared to oil in a lighter way. If oil made such a change to the lives of the people, right? Our transportation, our energy needs, everything got changed because of the oil discovery, and refining. That's precisely what she referred to, my co-panelist. Data refined, which Kiran also alluded to, can make a huge difference. Now, data is ubiquitous, right? It's all over the place. It has been there in some form or the other. We used to document it. Now, coming to the health sector, now, the understanding of the data, the analysis of the data is what is going to be most important. Now, you have earlier you had the National Health Digital Mission, which has been rebranded as Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. It's supposed to set up an infrastructure. The previous panel here mentioned about Gati Shakti. Now, Gati Shakti is more about the physical infrastructure, but ways to utilize this data in a consumable fashion to create a positive impact. Now, coming to the question, Julian, security point of view, right? Cyber is nothing but an extension of the physical realm on which we all exist. All the strengths and frailties and all the mismanagement of the physical system will get transferred into cyber as well. That's why you have dacoity and robbery physically. You have dacoity and robbery in the cyber world as well. Because it's not whether you are in cyber or in physical. It's a human mind, right? I haven't changed. It's more about the behavior. But now, in a digital world, we have to be cautious about, and we have to get ourselves attuned to what kind of a behavioral change awareness that we need to bring in. Yes, there are security concerns. The data privacy bill in India is not yet passed. It is still under the debate in Parliament. We have another act called DISHA, which is Digital Information Security Act in Health Act, which is already promulgated, but I think it will undergo a change. I think it was promulgated in 2018. But that's again about only the privacy in health sector. When it comes to security, it's primarily people are talking about what we cyber security practitioners call as PHI, personal health information. But it is much more than that. If you look at healthcare, and we will come to that probably down the line in that question, lots of, healthcare is not about just data. Data, while it is the fulcrum of it, we have to build security at different domains of healthcare. Healthcare is not only, data management. It has got a lot of things which underlines, especially when ABDM is introduced. So security definitely is a concern, but are we talking only about data security? Are we talking about identity security? Are we talking about the applications which are built around the data? Are we talking about the networks which are protecting the data, right? So there is many things to that security.
Yeah, and actually, please go on. Perhaps on these different types of security, we will go on the question of challenges, which was our second theme we wanted to discuss about. So one challenge is around security, so we can continue on this topic. What are the type of cyber security threats that are very heavy on the healthcare sector, or very specific to the healthcare sector and this different level? What do you observe in terms of examples of different types of attacks we can have?
Yeah. So the fundamental security of data is data theft. And this is where again data differs from oil, because once you take that oil, that amount of oil gets reduced on earth, right? But data doesn't get reduced. You can steal data and still leave the stolen data with the hands. I will never even know that, you'll never even know that I stole your data. I still have your data, you still have your data. The data, one security, I misuse that data for whatever purposes, malicious purposes I may have. Second thing is I block the data. I kind of encrypt medical records, right? What happened in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, right? It got encrypted. I mean, people, it impacts the social life of people. People are not able to, log in the cases because you have to quickly shift to the manual system, which you cannot do. So the data security is about stealing, about ransomware, and about using it for espionage purposes and using it for financial gains. There are, of course, state actors, non-state actors, and non-state actors who work for state actors, right? So it's a complex thing. So, but data security fundamentally is, I pick it up, then I pick control, it's all about control, and then I kind of dictate what you should do to get your data back to yourself. Even though you still have the data, either you're not able to use it or the data has become useless for you, right?
Thank you very much, Security, and we will talk perhaps after about potential solutions to these threats. To continue on these challenges of digital, so I would like to go to you, Tanu, about these challenges. We have talked previously to this session about question of adoption, of trust, question of privacy, it has been mentioned, question of equity as well, and data availability as well. So what are for you in the project you are running since your work at the ministry and your work now at PASS, what are the main pitfalls, main challenges you are meeting?
Right. Thank you, Julian. So when it comes to adoption and implementation of digital health, we cannot look at only the technology piece of it. There are so many different aspects, right? You need the infrastructure, like you need laptops, hardware, internet connectivity, smartphones, to be actually able to use the digital health solution. Then comes the digital public infrastructure, that framework around you, which includes the digital public goods, which can be leveraged by the technology solutions. The third is the actual technology solutions which you use, the apps, the portals that are being used by you. And fourth is the implementation partners who actually go on the field and facilitate implementation of these digital health solutions. So talking from my own personal experience, I think the technology is not really the issue. We have enough technology solutions available with us. When it comes to actual implementation, we have to focus on these different components required for implementation. We have to ensure that the physical infrastructure, the digital public infrastructure is in place for effective implementation. We have the right implementation partners, and we have the right nudges, the right nudges, incentives for people to adopt. We have the right value proposition of the digital health solution for people to adopt. So I'll give you an example from a project that we are doing. We're supporting the National Health Authority with the adoption of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. And we realized that an important aspect of this program is adoption by private doctors, private healthcare providers. We would never be able to achieve that vision of an integrated digital health ecosystem if the private sector is not involved. So we did this pilot in Mumbai wherein we reach out to the private healthcare providers. We present the actual value proposition of ABDM to them, and we deploy an ABDM enabled clinical management software in their clinics. So we're focusing on smaller clinics and hospitals right now. Over the last couple of months, we observed that even behavior change is not such a big challenge for them. If it adds value, if it is a job aid for the doctors, they'll quickly adopt it. Even their support staff, their receptionists are very perceptive of the solution if it makes their job easy. So I think for For an inclusive digital health implementation, we need to have the right infrastructure in place, and we also need to have the right value proposition and the right incentives and nudges for the end users and the right user-centric solution which adds value to their lives. So.
Thank you very much, very important. Kiran, as well, we discussed previously with you, you're developing in applied materials some artificial intelligence solution in the domain of pathology. So you have met as well some challenges around adoption, around trust, but as well we talked about business modeling and how is it possible to make real business for companies like yours, for startups. We have some entrepreneurs at Mahe and watching us online certainly. What would be your advice as well for that? So your take on adoption and on business modeling.
Sure. So just to continue on from where Tanu left off, saying we're looking at changing behavior and accepting the use of digital technologies. So there are multiple facets to this as well. One is when you're looking at changing behavior just to ensure that workflows are more traceable, there's more accountability within the system. It's obvious to understand where the drawbacks are. Now this is all right when you're looking at something which is a tracking software. But if you want to look at unleashing the actual power of digitalization, you need to start looking at AI technologies. And one important aspect to remember is that AI is not a toy or an app that people can download from Play Store and start using for free. This does involve a lot of processing, a lot of work in the back end to get that intelligence out of the data. It needs to be something that is used responsibly as well. But having said that, we should also be very conscious of the fact that AI is never going to be a replacement for a human. I'll in fact give you an example. The Airbus A320, when it came out about 30 years ago, it was one of the first to be fully automated. It, in theory, does not need a pilot to take off, fly, land. It doesn't need the pilot at all, but the pilot is still there. And he's still getting paid extremely well, in fact, probably a lot higher than they were earlier. So it's not like the automation took away the requirement for the human interface. That human interface will always stay, and that is especially true in the life sciences space. No patient wants to be diagnosed by a machine. You want a human at the other end to sit there, hold your hand and tell you it's going to be okay, you're going to be fine. AI and digital technologies are just tools. It's nothing more than a slightly glorified version of a thermometer. It gives you data, you look at it, and you decide you have fever, yes or no. So it's just providing that data point to make your decisions easier. It simplifies your process, it takes away all the repetitive, mundane tasks which will otherwise occupy your time and are prone to human error. So that is where I think there needs to be this conscious effort where the healthcare industry and the industrial industry don't take an adversarial position against each other, saying, okay, I'm going to do something which is going to replace the doctor. No, never. It's never going to happen. So that's something we need to understand. And once we know that, that's when the adoption becomes easier, when people start looking at it as a tool that is going to enhance my own ability to provide better care. Now, once you accept that, then it comes down to who's going to actually take on this burden. Because as I mentioned earlier, AI is not something that can be downloaded for free. There is a cost to it. There is a cost that we as industry incur in developing it. There's a cost to maintaining it. There's a cost to ensuring security in cyber world. All of that someone has to manage. Now, this is something where it becomes a little tricky into what kind of business models are acceptable. We are still in the process of discovering what kind of business models are typically used. Usually, most people look at software as something which is easily deployable in every single place. AI is not one of those. It's not like you can take AI that was developed in France and say, I'm going to use it in Manipal now because data is data, human is human, I will just deploy. It doesn't work like that. It does require local tailoring. It does require processing at the local site. And once you do that, you also tailor your business model for that specific region. So in some cases where hospitals are okay with paying an upfront cost for CapEx and say, look, I will just acquire your system, don't bother me for the next 3 years. In which case what happens, you get an extremely ballooned cost. So what we try to tell a lot of hospitals is let's start looking as a pay-per-use or a pay-per-outcome. So depending on the kind of case that you're dealing with, and this is not something which will fit everywhere. So if you look at cardiology, you might say pay-per-use, because if a person's having his ECG analyzed, it has to happen live right there. The outcome is very clear. But if it's something where you want to monitor the condition and say, we'll check it now, we'll come back after 6 months, we'll check where you are, then maybe you can say, okay, I will pay for this tool only when it detects something is wrong with me. So those are models that the industry is willing to work with the healthcare industry to understand. But that's, I think, again, there's a trust factor that needs to be built, where you need to understand that the AI can help you, and the business is not out to make a quick buck than everybody else. And we are very conscious of the fact that the affordability in a place like India is very different from the affordability in the United States, where insurance pays for everything. So we are aware that these business models need to be tweaked, and even within India, a tier 1 city, a tier 2 city, in some cases a tier 2 city can probably afford more than what a tier 1 city can. So just assuming that tier 2 and they can't afford technologies is the wrong assumption. So we need to challenge all of these assumptions for the business models, for the technologies as we go forward on this.
So a lot of discussion, negotiation, and work with your clients around that. Yeah. So a multi-stakeholder approach. Angela, what about your take on the challenges you see, the more pregnant challenges? You talked already about privacy, about governance, but what are the main one for you?
Yeah, first I would say, like Kiran, for me it's also crystal clear that these are tools. Digital AI, these are tools, no more, no less. On the other hand, I think it's also to really see that people call it the new reality. Yeah? Whether we want it or not, it's a new reality. And then also, I think Eric Topol, no? He puts it nicely when it says it means it applies a radical transparency. Radical. And it is so radical, I think it has a potential which we have not really fully understood, because I think what is very different is coming from the big data approach, which is a totally different approach, flipping around like we are used to do with data in health sector, where we think they have to be complete, they have to be structured. No, unstructured, semi-structured, unknown purposes. So this is what we are dealing with. And so I believe we are really at the start, and we are getting better. It's a learning by doing. It's a long process. It's incredible. So I think we should not oversell, but we just start, and it showed also in the pandemics. I think when it comes to security, to privacy, I think we are obsessed with this, and I would call it even outdated assumptions. It doesn't fit to this reality anymore. Nobody can fully guarantee security and privacy. It's dishonest. We continue, we have reports on it, how we do it. For me, it's dishonest. And so that is why, again, I think it's about more good governance. Then, when we look at the acceptance, that varies cultural very much. When in Europe, for example, the northern countries, they are used to it for many years. Then, for example, I like very much the example of Taiwan. Taiwan, in the pandemic, they did so well because people had the trust in the government and how to deal with data. In Europe, people don't trust. Yeah? So then AI and ethics. Now I'm maybe a little bit too provocative. Do we really need this discussion? I'm saying this because in Europe, for example, we had this report on trustworthy AI, and from 2018 it was set up by the European Commission, and for me it's just a déjà vu. All the arguments was for me the same like in the genomics area when it came. So the misuse of data, the privacy, and garbage or junk, and then we saw that, oh, the junk is really the most important part to look at. So I see a lot of parallels, and also at the one side, one has to take very serious the worries and fears of people, that's clear, and also give guidance. But ethics is something else, and for me, it's a really purely academic discussion in the moment. It's a professor wear. And so ethics is lacking behind. It's a fast moving field, and ethics is lacking behind. So I think we have, there are jumps, and we will learn. And often the technology itself provided solutions to the ethical concerns. So my conclusion is, please don't regulate at all AI and digital. Allow gray zones. Allow to learn how to deal with this. We will learn, we will get trust, and when we see how people really deal with this, they don't often share these concerns, and work with best practices or corridors. We have the open method of coordination, for example, these kind of things. But don't regulate at this moment, I think. They're very clear.
So I'd just like to add one point over there. While I agree in principle that AI does need to be given a longer rope to do things, there is an inherent danger when you look at life sciences as to what's going to happen if the data falls into the wrong hands. So we do need some guiding frameworks which will help, but yes, it should not be so tightly regulated that you cannot do anything. But on a lighter note, as you mentioned earlier, there's a lot of overselling. How many people in the audience are familiar with the game Bingo? So in corporate world, I'm sure you guys might have heard this before, we have something called bullshit bingo. So every time somebody uses a standard keyword, you start marking off. So they say deep dive, security. Every time you hear someone in a meeting say that, you say, yeah, okay, one more keyword.
The buzzwords. So you just had the conversation about the last theme, which was we are here in a T20 event within the G20. Government will meet all the year on different subjects. What kind of actions, so Angela, you started to talk about the question of regulation. What kind of actions, strategies, maybe you can tell us a bit more about India, you would like to see governments taking and perhaps cooperating on, because we talked about the local context and the importance of national policies, but as well the international cooperation is certainly important on this domain. What are the limits of the exercise of a G20 on this subject, or what is the potential they can achieve, these 20 governments? Perhaps, Tanu?
So I think before I answer this question, I'd like to add to what Angela and Kiran were saying. I think we get so obsessed with technology that we forget the larger purpose of public health. So I talk from a public health perspective. I'm not talking from a clinical perspective. Digital health is not a sustainable development goal in itself. It's a means to achieve the other sustainable development goals. So we have to see how digital health solutions can rightly fit into our health systems to be able to deliver the required outcomes and impact, right? And coming on to your question about what G20 can do. So I think G20 can be a very good enabler for driving the agenda of digital health across countries. It can bring in the diverse stakeholders of the healthcare ecosystem on a platform and facilitate cross-border sharing, cross-border knowledge sharing. So for example, a lot of work is being done in India under the Ayushman Bharat digital mission for digital transformation of the healthcare ecosystem. It's a very unique model that is being operated. So the government of India is not focusing on building new solutions, but is concentrating its efforts on creating a framework wherein the existing solutions can come in, integrate, plug and play to operate. So it's a very democratic a framework for the digital health ecosystem. And we, again, two of the very commonly used buzzwords in all the G20 discussions have been digital public infrastructure and digital public goods. And I think there are great means for any country to be able to create an inclusive healthcare ecosystem and drive the overall agenda of universal health coverage through digital. So under the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, that's ABDM, the government is creating some trusted, verified sources of truth. So there is Ayushman Bharat Health Account, which is like an account number for a citizen, which can be used to link your health records, and you can share it with the healthcare provider upon your consent. So that consent framework is also being put in place. The architecture is being put in place, which can be leveraged by different technology players to build on top of it and also foster innovation. So ABDM is doing that for its citizens. It's doing creating a registry for its healthcare professionals so that we have a trusted, verified registry of healthcare professionals as well as health facilities. So the kind of work that's being done in India can be, the knowledge can be shared with the other countries, but this is not a one-shoe-fits-all kind of solution, right? We need the right contextualization to the other country. So what G20 can do is correctly identify the existing technology solutions, facilitate contextualization in terms of the selected geography, and also support with implementation. And again, implementation comes with its own set of components. It needs funds, it needs expertise, it needs capacity building, it needs implementation partners. So I think G20 can be a great enabler there.
We are running out of time, but I would like you to have your take by what governments, policymakers can concretely do on the different topics.
Quite a lot, right? To put it bluntly. One of the things which I think the policymakers, and I've spoken to some of the policymakers from my ex-capacity as the IBM guy, healthcare sector is still not a critical infrastructure in India, which is amazing. Right? We want to be the back end of pharmaceuticals, etc. So I think we should bring in, especially from a cyber point of view, there is a critical information infrastructure sector. NCIIPC actually regulates it, handles it, but health is still not there. Right? I checked even yesterday. I've been telling them, but it's not there at all. It has to first come inside. Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which she alluded to, is a fantastic concept. It's going to be like UPI. It can go to other countries, especially from the G20 to go to the goal of SDG 3, which is health for all. And I agree with everyone who said, like digital health, digital is a means. We are not living here for digital health. Digital is here to make the goal, sustainable goal achieved. So we should only use it as a means. And artificial intelligence, we call it augmented intelligence because we believe there is nothing artificial. It's all human. And intelligence should only be used for automating mundane tasks where the human can lift themselves up for doing the next level of things. That's why the augmented intelligence comes. Never expect it to replace or, don't believe the movies where the Frankenstein comes and rules over you. It doesn't happen. Humans are always supreme. And I'm telling you this with 100% conviction. So what can the policymakers do? Think of bringing this into the critical information infrastructure area, health sector. There is a lot of, we are only scratching, we are not even scratched the surface. ABDM is today talking about federated data structures, right? Except the health professional data and a couple of other things, there is nothing centralized storage. The power of the data is being left with the individual, right? And who are these individuals? They are the public. And we are talking about public, rural, urban, everybody. But today we have seen in India, people had the doubts. Will people adapt to a digital India? Now, people who we thought will not adapt have adapted better than what we have adapted, right? We consider ourselves as knowledgeable guys, but you should go to the rural areas and see them, how they're doing it. They will amaze you, the way they have adapted to digitization. So make a policy which is an overarching policy. And from G20, not only for the country, right? There is cybercrime, which is again a health crime because, you get Adar Punawala's voice, WhatsApp was cloned. I don't know whether you know it. And there was a message sent to a director on the board of directors, and then unfortunately, some financial transaction happened. So phishing. So to think of the possibilities of the cyber, again, I'm coming, phishing, ransomware, we call it DDoS attacks. I mean, these are technology terms. But we don't have to make health professionals cybersecurity professionals. That's not their job. We don't have to introduce computer science into health science. Let's not do it. We should only use what is relevant for the health sector. So 2-3 things. One is make a policy, make it a critical infrastructure. From the G20 on an overarching, international level, bring something like a cyber Interpol for health, which is very important, right? Because there is no cyber police. There is no international Interpol equivalent of cyber. And the problem is all the guys who are doing malicious activities are never in your country. So the laws don't apply. It's very difficult you can't even extradite people. We have been fighting for years to extradite a few names, right? So cyber Interpol is required. That's another policy which we need to come at the United Nations level. The third one is, well, PSPH can probably take a lead on this. Create a cyber awareness required course as part of the public health course that you're reviewing, right? Please do not bring in a computer science guys to teach it. Please, never, because that doesn't help you, because they will talk about, okay, this is the firewall, this is the IPS, this is content inspection, this is the integration, differentiation. I mean, doctors don't have to know that. That's their job. So please bring in the adequate cyber awareness with respect to, for example, a doctor is installing pacemaker, right? The doctor should know what could go wrong digitally in that pacemaker so that he or she is aware of what they are getting into. Wearables, the doctor should know what it is. Doctor is doing telehealth. Today, government is promoting telehealth, remote health. There has to be a policy. So policies can come. I know we're running out of time quickly. Policy has to be at 3-4 levels. Critical infrastructure policy, that's a governmental policy. International level policy for cyber Interpol, and policy at the education level to make sure that health education is given the relevant cyber, relevant is a keyword, relevant cyber awareness and spread across and make people digitally aware. The last but not the least, set up a center of excellence across district headquarters to tell each one of the health sector guys, because that's how it's decentralized completely. How do you build resilience in the health? The previous panel talked about resilience, climate resilience, etc. Where is cyber resilience, right? There can be cyber disasters, cyber tsunamis, cyber typhoons, right? Cyber cyclones. How are you going to come out of that? The hospital should run. All India Institute shouldn't come to grinding halt. Patients shouldn't suffer because your computer systems went down. That's part of the job. Patients should still work. Patients used to be in All India Institute when there were no computers also, right? So that has to happen, cyber resilience. So there are 4-5 policy initiatives which they need to do.
A lot to do. Thank you very much, Vaidi, for all these things. A quick take from both of you, but very quick, because we will try to take one question. 1 minute each, if you can tell me.
2 points. One is I would really come back to the good governance, and also with a suggestion what to pick up. And we discussed very often already, Julian, before, a concept, what could be a good governance model for data. And we came up in the health sector with health data cooperatives. And I think this is really a wonderful model. It also fits to India to put really the people in the driver's seat. And there are so many cooperatives in India. A syndicate bank here was found around the corner in Manipal. Yesterday we talked about G20 G2P, P2P, and I would like to add P2G, because really the power is there with people, and how to share data, whom to give the data, etc. So one really suggestion would be, and we had discussed this also on the highest level in India once in 2017, maybe to really reinvent cooperatives in this context. And the second short point would be who could lead this global way or pave this global way of, I personally think, like we heard from the Minister of Foreign Affairs on Sunday, that the digital transformation here in India even influenced politics, national relations. This is enormously, and I think the right pillars had been driven in here in India. So I think, for me, India could really lead the global way, and so hopefully the next presidency is following this line.
Thank you very much. I'm a bit more skeptical when it comes to sharing of data between nations. I think a lot of this data is held locally within the country purely for political reasons. The administration wants to tell you that I am protecting you from anybody foreign. I don't think they have any idea what the foreign national will do with your data, but they have to say it anyway. I think, but the point that Tanu was making in terms of having all the data under Ayushman Bharat available, I think we can start with something which is smaller but still more challenging. Can you get the EHR systems in India under the same umbrella where there is interoperability? And slightly provocative question for the audience, can you get Manipal to share data with Apollo and vice versa? You guys are number one, number two.
Good question, Kiran.
Can you get the two big hospitals to start cooperating with each other? That will be the start to say, okay, if they can do it, the entire nation can do it as well.
Thank you very much. Looking to the organizer, do we have time for one or two questions? Yeah, so please. We will take the questions, and then if you have a specific speaker you want to answer, please
Good morning, panel. Myself Nidhi Pandey, MPH student from Prasanna School of Public Health, and my question is to Tanu ma'am. Since you talked about digital health role in the prevention of COVID-19 in the time of COVID-19, and now we are having another threat, another emerging threat, which is antimicrobial resistance. So my question is that what steps are being taken to combat the challenge of AMR in the world of technology and data? Thank you.
Thank you. You want to answer?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, again, we have to go back to data and how we use it, and digitization in general. So I think you can take an example of Thailand. They recently came up with a dashboard for antimicrobial resistance, and you can see the hotspots based on the consumption of drugs and based on the morbidity patterns. They have this a very good dashboard to study antimicrobial resistance and take necessary measures. So I think under ABDM, the way we are encouraging and promoting digitization of records, and gradually as we move forward, we'd also come up with the required policies for anonymization and aggregation of data, so that we have we cannot identify data with their personal health information, but we have a general idea of how what are the morbidity patterns and what are the treatment-seeking behaviors in a particular geography. So I think going forward, we are setting the right frameworks and the right ecosystem in place to be able to achieve that outcome in the future.
Thank you very much. Do we have another question? We don't hear you. Maybe you have to open the mic.
Yeah, am I audible now? Yeah, so we talk about digitization as a transformative tool, but my question is in regard the digital health literacy training and how crucial it is to prepare the workforce and citizens to utilize this as a tool within their country's context. And same, my question is for Tanu ma'am, or if any other panelist wants to answer.
Kiran.
So I would say it's very important aspect. That's one of the ways we will reduce the reluctance to adopt AI. There's a lot of challenges in terms of the old guard refusing to let go, and the newer people not being aware of what you're aware of what AI is, but how do you use it, how do you leverage it, how do you recognize that it is a tool and an asset to you and not a competition. I think that's where the training aspect is very important, and which we can leverage if we provide that in the academic setting itself.
Yeah, I think literacy is very important. It's also a buzzword. Digital literacy, health literacy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah? And it's important, but I think you cannot teach it. You have to use the tools and then learning by doing. It will come, and we see there's a difference between continents, between countries, between young people, old people. So it will come, and I think that already we see a quite high level of digital literacy. Everybody is using the mobile. Everybody is so, and even over 90, 100 years old people. So it takes time, but it's learning by doing.
I just want to tell you one thing, okay. Trust the country. The digital literacy is, is at an amazing level, and the way the country has picked up, like when they launched, in financial sector, when they launched Jan Dhan accounts, when you use Aadhaar, when you use DigiLockers and things like that, you'll be amazed at the people when you see the pushcart vendor taking a UPI payment from you, right? And which means a lot of back-end work the person has already done on the digital side, right? So digital literacy is something which is caught up very fast. And you'll be amazed at the people's knowledge levels and the people's adaptability. So what you need to do in digital literacy in cyber is just to fine-tune that to the health sector and give them that knowledge which is extra on the health sector. Digital literacy, that's picking up big time, already picking up. I mean, it doesn't need a formal education. It doesn't need you to go to a school or college. There are people who are highly digitally able, and people who are working in the rural areas will certify. They are actually much more digitally endowed than what some of us are.
Yeah, I also absolutely agree. India is highly digitally enabled. We have 1.3 billion Aadhaar accounts of our citizens. We have 7 billion monthly UPI transactions. We have more than 92 million e-consultations on the eSanjeevani telemedicine platform. And I had also spoken about this in one of the thematic areas that, as long as the digital health solution adds value to your life, it has the right value proposition for you as a stakeholder of the healthcare ecosystem, the adoption becomes very quick. Again, talking from a public health perspective, we've seen our frontline workers struggle with the amount of paperwork that they have to do. But if we give them the right digital tool, which reduces their paperwork and helps in their everyday functions, they'll take it up very, very, very quickly. Similarly, under ABDM, a use case was operationalized, which was a scan and share feature. So you can go to a hospital, you can scan a QR code and get yourself registered and avoid the long queues for registration in the hospital. So from my own personal experience, I've seen that the first time the patient is reluctant, or I have to register, I have to download an app. But when they see that the person who has registered through it doesn't have to wait in the queue, the second time when they come in, they have that app registered and they quickly scan and avoid the queue. Similarly with the Digi Yatra application, you can see how it adds value to your life. So I think that training is definitely necessary, but that proactiveness in adopting the tool would be much quicker if that value proposition is there.
COVID is an example. COVID app is an example. I don't think anybody had a chance to get trained in COVID app because of the pandemic. But it was a mandate. As you rightly said, it was a mandate, and that was helpful for me. I had to get the vaccination. People adapted to COVID. All of us adapted to COVID. Everybody across the country adapted to COVID. How many vaccinations have we done? Everything is on COVID app. Yeah. Otherwise, you can't get vaccine. That's a standing example how people adapt to digital literacy.
Similarly, UPI.
Thank you. We have a last question, I think, Sanjay.
Yeah. This is regarding the technology wars because of the deficiency of the chips. This question is to Kiran. So how do we counter this demand and supply issue? Because that's one of the ingredients which we need to set this digital ecosystem right. So from your experience, from your company, how did you tackle that?
So I will try to answer that question without giving away too many business details. So it is a challenge that we are still resolving. It's an ongoing process. It's a great opportunity for a company like Applied Materials, where our business is in making equipment that makes chips. So the demand has just gone through the roof, and we are struggling to keep pace with it, and that demand is not going away. What we have to do is find local suppliers, vendors to be able to support this, and this will have to be a global thing. So that's where the industry demand will spur the development of a local ecosystem. It's working very well for industries like ours, but that is something that will need to come up in the healthcare system as well. You'll need to see that local demand pulling for something and saying, I need this, I need this now. Once that comes in, that's when the industry's wheels start churning. That's when people start making phone calls, sending emails, saying, okay, this hospital and so requires this technology, let's make it available. We need more cloud servers in India, you need more cloud servers in Thailand. If we don't create that demand pull, everything will just stay stagnant. There's only so much you can keep pushing and say, look, this is great, but someone has to say, I want it. And that is really where that inflection point will happen. Once the customer starts pulling, saying, I want more reliable information, I want repeatable diagnosis coming from the hospitals, I want to be able to take my data and move it elsewhere. I want to know everything that's available to me, and I want second opinion, third opinion from anywhere in the world. You may be being treated in Manipal, but you may say, I know somebody who's in Johns Hopkins. And rather than going through the hospital network, I want to access them independently. That's where technology and the pull from the market and this entire supply chain will come together.
Thank you very much. I will stop the question here. I won't summarize all what we said, but a number of propositions have been made for the G20 governments actually to discuss. So we will have proceedings of the session. We just wanted to make the link, I forgot at the beginning, with the previous session talking about greening healthcare. Actually, digital is at the same time a potential solution and as well a place we have to see about green IT and eco-design in digital solutions as well. And you talked about the idea about the federated learning, the way to go forward on a green aspect as well. So we had, I think, a morning related with green and digital. Those two chapters, those two topics are very important, I think, in the G20 agenda. And whole United Nations are at the moment developing many actions. So I wanted to ask you a round of applause for our wonderful panelists. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for your insights. Over to you, Veila.
We sincerely thank you for your invaluable contribution as moderator and the panelist. The panel had extensively looked into the challenges and proposed solutions for the intertwining of the digital technology in health sector. The deliberations have debunked a lot of myths associated with digitalization. There are minor concerns, but the amount of benefits achieved in health sector are myriad. The panelists comprehend that there is definite need for the coherent data governance systems at global level. So no further ado, we kindly request our moderator, Julian sir, to hand over the mementos to our panelists. We now break for a short tea break. The tea arrangements have been made to your right side of the hall and the back side at the venue. I request all the panelists and delegates to assemble back by 11:55 so we can begin our third session of the day. Thank you. I request all the delegates. I request all the delegates to please kindly take your seats. Thank you. I request the panelist of our third session of day 2 on the interlinkage of food security, sustainable food systems, and agriculture management to kindly be seated on stage for the panel session. I invite Dr. Ramakrishna Prasad, President of Academy of Family Physicians of India and AFPI Chair for Primary Care Research and Policy to moderate the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Viola. So I have a few slides. Right. So after 3 very engaging sessions this morning, now we will focus our attention on one more thrust area within the G20, which is the interlinkage of food security, sustainable food systems, and agriculture. What's very exciting is we have a very interesting panel. We have 4 panelists. Unfortunately, Shobha Suri is not on the stage, but she will be sharing her thoughts. So we have a nutritionist who's also a researcher and thinks about food systems, who will be sharing her thoughts, Shobha Suri. And then here we also have Dr. Murthy, who works in the, who's a professor in the department of, who at the Manipal Institute of Technology, and who works in the area of energy, technology, and sustainability. We have Dr. Harini, who is an environmental scientist and who studies policy. And we have Shama, who is the CEO of Swasti, who is a professional in social impact with a background in social work, public health, and management. So it's a very interesting group that we have today. I'm a physician. I'm a family medicine physician, and I experience this in multiple ways. As a human being, of course, I think about food security, but also as a doctor, these are the forms in which I come across challenges with food, nutrition, food security on a day-to-day basis. If you look at this child, you can see the child who looks on the left, who looks very malnourished. And this is something we come across almost every day. I spend quite some time in rural Rajasthan, so it's not unusual to see children coming in like that. And what they need is food. There was a very interesting study done by one of the teams, Dr. Pavitra Mohan and his team, which looked at what is the food consumed by a child in the most vulnerable and developmentally most intense phase. And you can see that of the total number of children surveyed, less than 70% actually reported eating something concretely. And then the only types of food you see are there was roti, there was tea, there was biscuit. Less than 30%, less than a third of children had access to milk. Less than 10% ate any dal or pulses. Less than 8% had vegetable. And if you look at this carefully, you find no other protein sources. This is the reality of life, food, nutrition for a number of families across the country. And the world, of course. And then if you look at food security using a few clinical indicators. There can be a multitude of clinical indicators, but if you take something like stunting or look at anemia, this is a district-wise breakdown from 2019, and you can see that in a vast, vast majority of, vast range of districts, there is a huge problem. What this is a challenge of food, nutrition, food security. Now, obviously, this is a complex problem, and there are so many different intersecting dimensions to this that it becomes very difficult to solve, and that's why we need interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary action. Some of the intersecting themes you will come across in today's panel discussion will be around how food security is linked with climate change, how food security is linked with things like increasing temperature, soil, loss of soil quality, glacier retreat, so water-related loss of biodiversity, how land and forest degradation is affecting this. And we heard this. Actually, I remember the panel just before the last one. It spoke on a number of these things. And then you cannot really de-link food security from other dimensions like the economy, governance, water, environment, energy, etc. This panel will also focus on certain questions of significance in the context of governance, geopolitics, G20, and sustainable development goals, such as how should India take forward the initiative of food security from the Indonesian presidency in Bali last year. How can G20 under India's presidency ensure proper regulation of food grains to address the global health dimension of the food security crisis? Can India, through its objective of making 2023 a year of millets, create awareness of the nutrition-rich food habits for healthy lifestyle? And then how can India ensure food supply chains are not affected by geopolitical shocks? With this, you have, I already spoke about our speakers, but with this, I invite first actually Shama. So Shama, you are someone who has a background in social work, in public health, in management, and I know that you and your organization are very focused on equity. Can you share with all of us, what does food security mean to you on a day-to-day basis?
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasad. Pleasure to be here and to actually open up this panel as well. So I'm going to be speaking from the experience of 1.5 crore marginalized people. That's the number of people that my team and I have worked with just in the past year. And a lot of these individuals, families are below poverty line. So about 60% of them are below poverty line, and the remaining 40% are just at that edge where any kind of shock is going to send them into poverty. And that's the profile of people that that we work with, right? And with that context, if I look at food, one of the big things that stands out in those populations, like the picture that you were showing, food becomes about what income, what money I have to spend on food, and market forces, right? So the choice of whether I'm going to make it about biscuits, something quick and convenient, versus nutrition often becomes about money. And I think it's an anomaly today that we have natural foods like fruits and vegetables, which are way more expensive than processed foods, right? So you will get biscuits and many other things which are very cheap, will just fill you up. Actually, we know a lot of adults even who will use substances like tea, coffee, tobacco, etc. to suppress hunger, right? And this is a problem that we don't seem to recognize. So that is the issue, right? And then it becomes intergenerational. We know anemia is intergenerational. You have women who are anemic, their children will, continue to be anemic. But I think the whole issue of income and food choices and markets and market forces is an important one. For us, convenience is important, and that convenience is extremely important for the marginalized groups or the populations who are, let's say, the middle of India and then going downwards in terms of income, right? Low middle income and low income families. And I think it's a very hard challenge for them to address, right? Because it is about access, it is about convenience, it is about income, and you're making difficult choices in terms of what is the best thing for me to eat and survive. And it is complex in terms of what they are dealing with. And I think, like you said, it is about food, but also the right kinds of food at the right ages that can actually support good health and well-being. And that gets put to the back burner when we're talking about survival existence, just existing, basically.
Thank you, Shama. Harini, if I can ask you, so you are an environmental scientist, and you also study policy. Could you share with us your perspective on how the environment interlinks with food security and some of the issues related to just being able to afford food that Shama brought up?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Prasad. It's a pleasure to be here at Mahe Manipal in this August gathering and with all my co-panelists here. Thanks for the opportunity. To begin where my co-panelist ended, and also to take forward the points that Dr. Prasad wants me to elaborate on, I'd like to focus on two important things. That is policies which will actually strengthen the infrastructure to achieve food security, and second are the infrastructure related policies to strengthen the infrastructures themselves. So there's a slight difference. Policies for making the infrastructure and policies for using the infrastructure. So this is where I think food security will take us forth from where we are at present. Although there are actually lag points, there are midways, and there are places where we are performing very highly, I'd like to think about grandma's old advice to us: what you want to keep safe, put it in the strong box or the safe box. And I have one vault in my room, and it reminds me of the fact that we have to place our seeds in the vaults. Globally, of course, there have been very big efforts from environmentalists and groups. We have a Svalbard global seed vault where a lot of seeds get stored. We have an Indian equivalent, which is the second largest in the world, and we are performing equally well. It is in Changla in Ladakh. And there are about 10,000 varieties of seeds and 200 plant genetic materials which are safeguarded there. So we all, it looks like we are set to, handle this in future, but there's still the question of achieving self-sustainability. So how do we actually have this community seed banking initiative meet up with the top-down approach we are talking about? Where are the policy issues and gaps that we need to fix so that the top-down meets the bottoms-up equally well, and place ourselves in this cycle of circular economy with respect to also actually, satisfying food security at different levels? These are the choices that we have to make. And right now, these are on the top of my mind, and I'd like to discuss this further. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. So, Dr. Murthy, ultimately does, taking it from there, we are a country with 1.3, 1.4 billion people. We will very soon, or might already have overtaken China in terms of being the most populous country. So we need to be able to produce solutions at scale. Now, you are someone who works at the interface of technology, energy, and sustainability. Can you share with us a technology-oriented lens to problem solving here?
Hello everyone. It's nice to be here, and thanks the panel and all my co-panelists here and Mahe Manipal. One of the slide Dr. RK just showed now is the anemia dependence or the population. We are anemic, most of the distribution and all. So if I go to doctor, apart from being suggesting the take iron medicine, iron supplements, like old school thought would be, okay, eat spinach, okay? But now, or the okra, like if you go back to rural places of India. So, but what if the spinach itself or the okra itself is iron deficient? That's what the issues. We are now in an area, in the time where we have no idea what we are eating. We know what we are eating, what's in there, we have no idea. So to take it forward to, for example, like crops like the millet, which we consider is a superfood, right? And our whole world, like we have 40% of the millets are this kind of crops we grow here, and Karnataka is also one of the producers. And in that context, so we just not about just simply saying it's a superfood. We really need to ensure that all those super nutrients are really there in those millets. So how do we do that? So there, one of the approaches is to look for the technology. Why technology? Because we are like in olden days, like in my village, so you just produce like acres of ragi or the jowar, whatever is enough. But now we need to produce in a much global scale or a much larger scale, because we not just supplement our own Indian needs is already deficient because our population is increasing. We need to produce these millets specifically in a bulk scale, because we are now simply happy with wheat or most of that we get from somewhere else, or the rice. Okay, nothing wrong with that, but we need to look for a more nutrition-based food. In that, millets play a critical role. So now how technology can help. So for example, like say, I can detail more next time. So I mean, continuous next part of the discussion. So for example, use for instance drones, for example, how we can actually use drones. So before we actually choose the technology, my point is that we need to actually speak to the farmer. Okay, that is something should come up from their need. It's not, okay, I build some drone in the lab, I give it to you, you please use it. So that's not how it should work. So for example, just to give you one small example of my recent interaction with a farmer close by in Kumta. So he grows a lot of couple of acres of arecanut. So in winter, in the rainy season, it's really a big issue for him to spray some simple like copper nitrate solution to avoid this fungus, some insect, microorganisms to grow. So it's a big challenge to get laborers in this area. Throughout, main challenge is to get agriculture, to get the manpower to do the job. So he asked me, can we actually think of a drone? Okay, I told him, okay, why not? We have so many drones, please come and use. Okay, so he asked me, okay, the drone should work at least 3 hours. Oh, come on. So I have a simple battery powered system. It will last maybe maximum 30 minutes. Okay, he told like really the actual regional, the local issues, which we as a technology, as a researcher, we just take it for granted. We are happy with whatever we do in the lab. So that's not how it works. So we need to speak to the actual root cause, like the technology should come from the ground root reality. Okay, my drone should work at least 3 hours. That's what he needs. 3 hours, and it should fly like 80 feet, and it can spray all the simple copper nitrate solution to all the arecanut, and it should be water resistant. So these are his requirements. So I go back to lab, and it should be AC powered, not like simple battery. How many times he can recharge? He is somewhere in the rural parts of, and there is no access to the grid, and I can't. He even suggested, okay, it should be a DG, like AC powered drone. So in this case, we can actually really come up with some kind of these kind of solutions, which we can actually help to address this issue and take it forward.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Murthy. Shobha Suri from ORF is not able to join us in person, but I had asked her, how can India take forward the food security agenda from Indonesia? And she has said, Viola, if we could.
But I think the topic of discussion, food security, is very important, not only to the development agenda, but also to meeting the sustainable development goals for India as well as the world, as nutrition is key to most of the 17 sustainable development goals. Food security, as we've been talking about in the first panel, is more to do with the availability, the accessibility, and the consumption of food. And there are various challenges to it over the decades, but new challenges that have got aggravated the situation are the growing conflicts, the climate crisis, and the economic downturn in the past few years, maybe due to the pandemic, the Ukraine war, and subsequently the export restrictions, making nations dependent on a single source of global supply. Also, another big challenge is food waste. Not all food produced is consumed, and it's estimated that almost 1/4 of the food that is currently lost can feed about 870 million hungry in the world, and out of that, 195 million, 1/4, are in India. So even also looking at the situation in terms of numbers, India scores very poorly in terms of the food security index or the global hunger index, and it's in a level of serious hunger. When we look at numbers for children under 5 in terms of underweight or stunting, every third child is underweight, every third child is stunted, and 20% are wasted. And not only this, stunting has lifelong consequences on the human capital. 1% loss in adult height due to childhood stunting is associated with 1.4% loss in economic productivity. So, and also I think timely interventions of breastfeeding, age-appropriate complementary feeding, full immunization, and vitamin A supplementation are very effective in improving the outcomes in children. So when we talk about another aspect of neglect is the intergenerational cycle of malnutrition. 1 in 5 women in our country have a low BMI, that is the body mass index, and they are underweight. And this proportion is higher in the rural areas than the urban, and almost a quarter of them get married before the age of 18. And also the level of anemia is quite high, almost 55% of women and children in our country are anemic. So this kind of, creates the intergenerational cycle, which is so important to break. So now looking at some of the initiatives which are globally being started under the G20, one is the Matera Declaration. So wherein the G20 ministers recognize that poverty elevation, food security, sustainable food systems are key to ending hunger. And at the same time, the UN Food Summit also created a mechanism of 5-point action, and shift to sustainable consumption and boosting the nature positive production are key to some of these solutions. And I think this is what the present panel is also going to talk about, the interlinkages and how life and sustainable consumption could be improved in order to overcome food security. India also has some initiatives which have been started decades ago. Now the National Food Security Act, which brings together the public distribution system, the midday meals, the integrated child development services, or for that matter, new initiatives started during the pandemic under the Atmanirbhar Bharat, where the migrants and the poor were provided with free food supply, and they also started supply of pulses, 1 kg of pulses along with the cereals, and which is again very important, because when we look at the data, most of the protein for Indian diets come from cereals, and only 10% comes from pulse sources or protein sources. So, and other than this, export banning, minimum support price are some of the initiatives which the Government of India has started. And the much recent umbrella program on the Mission 2.0, which is the Poshan Abhiyan, it brings together all the synergies in operation and in bringing about an integrated approach. So, to culminate this, I would like to say that for India, the solutions are there. What needs to be done is to enhance dietary diversity and the behavior change, as is crucial to achieving nutrition and food security. Also, breaking the intergenerational cycle of malnutrition can go in a long way in addressing stunting. And also, it's important to have effective monitoring and implementation of programs, strengthening the intersectoral convergence. Working in silos does not help. So it is a multi-sectoral action which is required. Leveraging data and technology, I think a panel is also going to talk about digitization of data, I understand, in this conference. And also institutionalizing capacity building and to nurture a community approach through concept of participatory learning and strengthening education and the environment linkage. I think that's equally important when it comes to addressing malnutrition and to overcome food insecurity for India. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shobha. I think Shobha highlighted three very important constructs, and we'll organize the next phase of our conversation around that. She said food availability, accessibility, and consumption. One of the challenges I see as a practitioner is I go to certain areas which are not inherently food deficient in terms of production. I come across tribal communities who are actually, can you, project those slides please? That's right. Where I see they're actually food surplus in terms of production, but their own consumption is deficient because one of the things which seems to have happened in the last few decades is society or those communities have moved from growing food for local consumption to growing food to feed an economy in exchange for money. And then the way money is used, so Shama, you started the conversation by saying, you know, it boils down to lack of money. Can you share, one, your understanding of this tension? And secondly, if you could also share a positive example from your own work where this tension has either been addressed or mitigated to some extent.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Prasad. I think it's interesting. I don't think it's all only about the lack of money. I think my panelists have pointed to many other issues in the food system or the agricultural system. But I think from a consumption side, for a large part of the population, and like Shobha was mentioning, what is that consumption pattern driven by, right? And I think today, somewhere we've lost the fact that food is medicine. Food is what makes us who we are, right? So I think there is this, again, I'd like to think of it as what we've become as society, or with market forces. We're looking for treatment, whereas a lot of things can be prevented if you are actually having a good, healthy diet, right? That is the base of well-being, SDG 3, that we're all trying to sort of work towards, right? I think Dr. Murthy already pointed out the quality of the food itself, so I won't get into it. But I do think that for a lot of, again, I work largely with small and marginal farmers, right? And for them, the food they're growing is for the market, right? A very small part of it is kept for themselves, but majority goes work with them to say, hey, you have a plot of land, why couldn't you grow vegetables? So if you see what gets consumed tends to be much more carbohydrates than necessarily proteins or fresh fruits and vegetables. And that is definitely a challenge, right? Because I think the way, and I think this is one of my recommendations as well, is I think the market forces, the market incentives for the market, as well as for regenerative agriculture. I think, again, Shobha mentioned that, right? She used the words nature positive production. But I think regenerative agriculture, market incentives for market alignment with regenerative agriculture and consumption, that's gotten misaligned terribly. They're sort of all working at cross purposes now, and we have the reality that we do where we don't have, I mean, we have people who don't have access to the right quality food, and at the same time, from a public health perspective, I know we talk about obesity and the NCD crisis that we have as a country as well because of all the processed and the ultra-processed foods. So I think those incentives really need to be aligned. is it possible to work with the producers, which tends to be the farmers, and look at actually making changes in terms of what they're doing, both from agricultural practices as well as consumption practices? Yes. But again, to re-emphasize what Shobha was talking about, it cannot be done in isolation. It requires scale across the country, right? And that means far more localized action, working with farmers, working with consumers, to actually be able to navigate the choices that they need to make, both from consumption as well as production. So we have seen that in farmer groups that we work with, to say that their production practices have changed when we work with them on that, but we work with them on the health side to say, you need to be healthy, and therefore, what do you consume, what do you grow, what do you eat, and how do we bring in some of our traditional practices, etc. So it's not that you can't, you can grow and give it to the markets and consume and stay healthy, but that has to be demonstrated, and there has to be work done with people to actually make that happen. So I think the emphasis on people that came up in yesterday's plenary, and putting people and the planet at the center, I think, of all action is going to be extremely critical.
Thank you, Shoma. Harini, your thoughts on the food vault, on the seed vault, is, I think, very important, because it not only signals food security today, but also into the future. But from a policy perspective, we've all been speaking about nutrition, balanced diet, things like that. But if we look at our public distribution systems of food, I only know of rice and wheat, which are distributed. I do not know of protein which is distributed. I do not know of fat or oils which are distributed, vegetables which are distributed. So what are we missing from a policy angle here?
That's a very important question. To take off at this question, I'd just like to share a case study from Odisha, which is a place that I work on with my doctoral student. Odisha coast actually is a very, very significant coast in terms of the local economy, and fish, culture, especially the marine species, it fetches a lot of revenue there. But surprisingly, the people who do the fishing, and most of the households rather, will not consume this fish. They would love to, export this to the neighboring states of West Bengal probably, where fish is consumed more. This is a sort of lifestyle that the Odisha people adopt, and it's when we were really surprised, because we thought that if they're self-sustainable, especially the small-scale fishers, it would help them to tackle this food security issues at ground level. But they would rather sell it, and it's not just for the money. They say they adopt a vegetarian lifestyle, and they don't prefer fish meals, whereas the other state prefers more of it and fetches more profit. So there are two things associated with this. One is the money, and another is the lifestyle. And it's a biosocial common, that approach that we are talking about, be it fish, be it seeds, or any agro products. How we satisfy the community people, that becomes a very strong force for us to plan the policy. And I think we have to understand the people, understand their lifestyles, and understand their dietary choices to make more stronger policies. I think that's where the gaps are.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Murthy, so one of the things Shobha said was about nature positive production. How can some of the green technologies enable this? And perhaps, I know you yourself are engaged in a project which is very innovative. Could you perhaps share about your project as well?
Yeah, the traditional technology, or traditional mindset, or traditional wisdom is that, so we eat the local food. The local food has the which are grown in the nearby area, and the locality has essential vitamins or minerals sufficient for the body, like the could be fish in Odisha, the West Bengal, or the coastal regions in general. So the green technology aspects would be sustainable farming and to ensure nutritional value. But to add to relate to the today's talk is to the food security. It also means that we need to ensure the nutritional security. It's not just the food we are eating. What is the value? What is the nutritional value? So to ensure that nutritional values are actually being preserved during the practice, during the agricultural farming, we need to look into technology again. So for example, I will just give you a kind of instance, or it may sound like a fictional movie, but it's possible to do that. Imagine you have like 10 acres of ragi is being grown, and you just started growing, you sow the seed, and it's practically not possible because of lack of labor and all. I cannot really go individually what's being happening. Okay. Now we have a system like even could be solar powered drones, which can really walk around all your 10 acres of land, even beyond, and monitor the real time nutritional, could be water, what's the sodium, potassium, even in the leaf, what's happening, and it gives the message to the farmer who is somewhere else, and it tells you, okay, there is water deficient, you please add some water, or it could be some essential nutrient like sodium or potassium, or you need some micronutrients for the growth. You need to it will give us the signal. The drone can actually has high resolution camera with a near infrared and different spectral response. It can take the image of plants in real time, and through the whole as a function of time till we start seeding, growth to the germination, all those subsequent subsequent span of growth. So all those things we can be monitored, and the real-time data we can actually get. So once we have this data, for example, then we start the process again. So we can save those data. We can actually compare next time what is the issue with that. So we know that with the help of the data, we can look back of the next growth pattern. We can actually compare our previous understanding. Okay, this could be due to this, and those data during the growth pattern perhaps can be finally analyzed with the nutritional value of the final millets which we get out of the plants. So we can, during those kind of comparative study, it's possible to actually do those technology intervention and to come up with a more, ensure the nutritional value is preserved, because this is something a big issue now, because the scale we need is too big, and we lack of human resource who are interested, first of all, to actually do agriculture farming, and at the same time we need to add scalability, and technology is something which we really need.
So if I understand correctly, if a farmer has access to this technology and is able to ensure higher nutritive quality or of the food that he produces, then the market value, the price he may be able to get is better?
Yeah,
is that
market is also, of course, at the same time as a consumer, I'm not just eating some green leaf. Green leaf has some iron in it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Thank you. I want to come to a question which is somewhat contentious, and Shama, I'll start with you. So one of the debates we see in our public this thing is around meat consumption. There are, for example, in the panel we had in the morning, we learned that a major driver of loss of forests is actually expansion of agriculture. We also know that the per unit area required to produce 1 gram of animal protein is several times more than that required to produce 1 gram of plant protein. At the same time, we also learned that forests, which provide sustenance to close to 1 billion people on the planet, depend on forests for their protein needs. So how should policymakers and practitioners and consumers, how should we navigate this conflicting kind of thing? And we saw, for example, in the data I myself presented from Rajasthan, most children have absolutely no source of protein that you can identify. Protein is required, but at the same time, the planet also has to be sustainable. So how do we navigate this? Shama.
I'm not a food scientist. I'm just going to come from my experience of working with people and what I know from public health, right? But I think it's not an either or, right? I think protein is a requirement. There are different sources of protein. Like Harini was saying, it is a lifestyle choice, right? People make choices to be today meat eaters, vegetarians, vegan, and the whole range of it. I think that the challenge really is that how do we make sure that people understand what are their options for protein, what are sources, how much needs to be consumed, and in a manner that they can actually make that choice. Right? So for example, the child that you were talking about in Rajasthan and a lot of places, you can say protein, 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 but you have to say eat 2 cups of dal every day. I'm just giving you an example, right? You have to quantify that as this much dal is a minimum requirement, because then it turns into action, action that you can actually take and support them to make those choices, right? So if not dal, can I do peanuts? Can I do what else? And I think we have to really bring that back in terms of not just talking about so many grams of protein, which is numbers that nobody can, but how do you bring it back into application on a day-to-day basis, right? I do think though that from a producer perspective, because we also work with farmers, we do know with climate change, rains are erratic. A lot of us in India it's rain-fed agriculture. We actually do see farmers working with poultry and animals, etc., because it is a way to actually have a more balanced portfolio. If you're looking at only plant or production of plants as a way to generate a livelihood, it can be a lot of shocks. So to actually look at a balanced portfolio from a farmer perspective, they will have whether hens or goats or whatever else. So I think to say that we'll only be a plant-based world or a country is not going to happen. But how do we trade off? And I think, again, I want to bring back the fact that we seem to have these misinformation campaigns, let's say, where meat is the only protein, and that's not true. Right? I think the fact that you actually need a lot of, with fiber consumption, you can actually have better B12 uptake and what is involved. But then from the technical, making it application oriented so people can make better choices is going to be extremely important. So I do think we need to be more plant-based than meat-based, but can you rule that protein source out? No. And we have to remember that food is also cultural. India, there are cultural practices, and that's the resource available. Like we were talking about fishers. Can you say remove fish now from? It's not going to happen, right? But can we do it in a way that keeps people and what we want is health, as well as the planet's health in perspective? Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Shama. So in the last, so we have 10 minutes more. I think I'll open it up to the audience for questions. And please, this is a complex area. Please ask your questions, and and kindly also indicate who on the panel you would like to answer your question. Okay. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, just one short question. How much are you working together? We heard agriculture, but also ocean science. So I'm thinking about new products from algae, and India has so long coasts, so we call it the more blue health stack triangle. Is there a potential which is not used so far enough?
And is this a question for Harini? For anyone. Anyone. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the question.
Thanks for this question, and it's a very important question. There is potential, but not so much in capacity, because Bay of Bengal, for example, is actually taunted with overcapacity fishing. We don't want more of mechanized crafts out there doing fishing, but more of small-scale fishers going out there and collecting what's important for their economy. That's where the potentials are for, on the ocean side front. But on the agricultural front, there has to be policies where people can use what they are storing. For example, the tribal rights are very, very strong here. Forest tribals, they are actually given the right to safeguard their own seeds and use them back, but that doesn't happen with the common farmer out there. So there are some small gaps here and there which help us or not help us actually understand how we can deal with the commons basically, and we have to come to a sort of like a common ground on this understanding, and how to go about it will typically be a people-centric approach. That's my idea about the whole thing. And the Anganwadi models, for example, it's a very well-proven model in India. We have Asha workers model, which is a very well-proven model in India and around the world and very much respected. And these people actually go out into the villages, the rural communities, talk to them and understand their dietary choices, understand their lifestyles, and they bring back a wealth of information which will actually inform policy making at those levels. I think we have to target these very, very powerful models and adopt them to how we look at food security issues at a bottoms level, but also scale it up rather to the initiatives that the government of India has been having. There are very well thought of policies happening right now. One is with the biofertilizers policy that's just come out. Government has actually given sanction to have these policies in the budget, the recent budget, it was actually announced, which means that there is so much of consciousness about how we grow our food and how we actually consume it. So the quality is retained over time. And I think we have to also look at the calamity aspects. There was a scheme called Dware scheme, which was implemented in West Bengal during the pandemic time, which ensured that the people actually got their food grains delivered to them at their doorstep, even when they were not able to go to the food distribution systems or the public distribution systems. And it was very well implemented in the rural areas. And I think that if we have the model in place we want to adopt, which will actually connect with the commons, we will be able to do that. So I'm talking about different levels of how we can approach, the food security issues, but it all comes down to making people-centric policies.
Okay. Any other?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi. Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Suraj.
My name is Suraj Kumar. First of all, it's been a very good panel. I'd love to take a look at the PowerPoints as and when they are available. The total millet output in India is 12 million tons. Okay, which raises the question as to how do you sort of get it to any sort of scale, probably not realistic. The second question I want to ask you, because we've talked about habits and people do not wait for experts or policies to come and decide what they're going to have it. Now this Ragi versus Maggi conundrum that we face, because cost and convenience, okay, as was pointed out by Shamaji, okay, can have a huge impact. So given that, how realistic is it that our food security interventions will lead to nutrition security?
That's a very wonderful question.
Yeah, it's a nice question actually. It's something we need to address now, because the younger generation, they're happy with Maggi, they don't want to eat Ragi at all. So unless we make Ragi noodles. So like in our childhood, for example, like back in villages of rural parts of Karnataka, we always have this Ragi cherry, something we've grown up eating with. So now my kid, he doesn't like this at all. So the way to look forward would be also to add value to this. For example, Ragi, now we see the Ragi biscuits, for example, or even the Ragi cakes, like what all you can do, fancy things with Ragi, but unless at least for the younger generation, like what I'm talking, like around under 10 years of age, so at least we should actually encourage them to have this food slightly in a different form, which is more appealing, bit of marketing. At the same time, which I didn't mention this during my explanation, was actually to work on the storage point of view. That is also something we need to really look into more carefully and work on those aspects. We say like local storage, as like protein point, which ma'am, like the milk we have, like locally we can make a paneer out of milk and we can preserve it for some time locally, and we can still get a protein out of it. So traditionally we have been doing it, but on the large scale is something we need to do. And coming back to your question, so that's the only thing I can imagine, as not to be honest, as of now. So to produce, to market, to portray that in a slightly different form, bit more appealing, so to still ensure the nutritional values are being served to the society. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to add to the points discussed here, I think we should address the food wastage issues first. That's very, very relevant to what lies ahead of us. And also to add, we do have institutions looking at how to, process whatever is left over into value-added products. CFTRI, for example, in Mysore does a lot of value addition. Even in terms of, addressing the protein deficiency issues, there are ways in which they have prawn chips. They have products like, fish pickles. All these actually add to the value of the products that are generated from agro-based industries, and I think we should take a serious look at it.
Suraj, if I can also, reiterate a point I made earlier. I think far more concerted action across all of us, right? Academia, policymakers, regulators, civil society, including the farmers and the producers at the same table, to look at how this whole market incentives, processing, value addition of foods, coming back to the production and the consumption, right? That whole chain requires a whole range of action. It has its own difficulties, but I think if we are really talking about not just food security, but nutrition and its implications on health, it's going to be absolutely essential. The other aspect I want to add is that we say food is medicine, food is important, etc., but look at the status of farmers in our country, right? Especially small and marginal farmers and where they are. So I think there is a societal issue to this as well in terms of what we promote, what is success, and how we actually live and function, right? So I think this whole piece around agriculture, regenerative agriculture, there's a lot of work ahead of us. But essential if it is not just about quantity, but nutrition, like Dr. Murthy was talking about, and what we want is security. And I think also holding all of ourselves accountable. Too many negative externalities that are there that we're not actually accounting for and dealing with.
No, I think, oh, there are 3, 4. Okay, you'll have to be quick. Please come.
Sir, I'm Dhwani from Department
quick question.
of Geopolitics. So
okay.
My question is regarding, Shobha ma'am also mentioned that all that is produced is not consumed, and ma'am also mentioned about wastage of food. So are there any steps that we can take at the local level to prevent this wastage of food and plug the gaps between the supply chain that we have? Okay. Thank you.
Quick answer. Harini?
Yes, so it has to be a community initiative for real. It can't be just that, being accountable, as Shama said, is very, very important. And maybe at the household level, we should take these initiatives to ensure that food wastage does not happen or is accounted for. Both are important. And this data has to be scaled up, as I said. Probably use Anganwadis to monitor such food wastage patterns or food consumption patterns. In the long run will give us a lot of rich data to work on. And we will know that where the supplies go to and where they get wasted. So this is something that we have to bring into the local policy planning aspects.
I can just very quickly add that farmers are organized, right? There are farmer producer associations, companies, and there are initiatives or models. We just lost Mr. P.V. Satish, the millet man of India, right? He has done a lot of work around community sort of food banks. It's not just about seed, grain funds, etc. So local storage, distribution, beyond what the government systems are doing is possible. It is also where a lot of civil society, social entrepreneur, and the investments in infrastructure we're talking about. If you do not have cold chain storage, you don't have other kind of storage facilities, and we can't expect small farmers to actually invest in that infrastructure. We will have to create it because we want food security for our society.
Yeah, just to quickly add, it's actually about sharing and caring. If you go back to the society like 30, 40 years before, in my childhood, let's say I grow pumpkin, I share with my neighbor. So that's not something happening now. So it's something that pumpkin, he will keep it one for himself and he will sell it somewhere.
So nice panel, and you have talked about the nutritious value of the food. But then if you say, if you see and analyze all these food grains and all other things, there are a lot of toxins which are coming in this food. So I don't agree with this, the food is medicine now, because when you take all food materials you are in, and these toxins are growing in the food at the expense of the nutritious element of the food. So what about those things when we talk about food security?
Sir, is there a specific toxin that you could give an example of?
All heavy metals and pesticides and all those things are growing in the
No, again, great point. And I think that's exactly why Dr. Murthy was pointing that out. Food is meant to be medicine, but the challenge today is that you look at the trajectory, right? We've grown, we wanted faster, better growth to make it to global production scale, and we've done it in the easiest way possible. But today we have started to pay the price for, actions over time. And that is precisely why we're talking about regenerative agricultural practices. It is about bringing back soil health, reduction in terms of use of pesticides, and please, it's not just soil, right? Water is also contaminated. And that is, again, the reason why I'm emphasizing planet. We cannot disconnect ourselves from the planet that we live on. We have to take care of our food, our water, our air, because all of them come back into us via the food and everything that we're growing. So working with the farmers to look at regenerative practices to keep all of us healthy and them healthy as well is critical. And that was Shobha's point as well earlier, right? Nature, positive production, critical for in terms of the way forward.
Thank you. Last question, please.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the panelists for such an interesting session. So I have a question for Dr. Murthy. It is regarding the role of genetic engineering and genetically modified crops in tackling issues of food security and also preserving the nutritional value of food. So could you please elaborate on that? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a tricky question actually. So to be honest, we need the production of food at scale. At the same time, so the long-term effects of eating or having this GM modified food is, I really don't know any data is available to actually compare the long-term impact on the human health of consuming specifically GM modified crops. So that's one aspect. Even on the ecology, still people don't, some parts of India, they do accept growing GM crops, have no problem, but there's still some issue with growing GM crops in the local environment effect. So yeah, it's difficult to specifically address your question. Is only, so we are if we had surplus food, we probably can say that, okay, well, let's not have GM crops. But at the same time, we need the food security. So we need a balance, to be honest. So I don't know how to address this, to be honest.
If I may just add to what Dr. Murthy said, I think we have to go back to relying on traditional knowledge systems more than looking at hybrid varieties and having genetically modified crops. I think they work best for the environment we are in. So if we are able to access the traditional knowledge systems which tell us these are the varieties which have withstood climate changes, these are the varieties which have withstood fire, they are fire resistant varieties, they are flood resistant varieties, or they are very resilient to climate change. These are what we want to store for the longer period, and which will help us to get back into the picture pretty soon. I think we have to strengthen our institutions and infrastructures around this.
Thank you very much. So we've come to one more question. Okay.
This question is also
please introduce yourself.
My name is Nandini and I'm from the Department of Geopolitics and International Relations. And this question is also to you, Murthy sir. So according to scientific evidences, the richer the soil, more nutritional the food is. So to enhance the nutrition of soil and retain the nutritional value of the food, is India taking any steps on an implementation level?
So your question is to ensure the nutrition in the soil. Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, like what India as a country we are doing to ensure less
yeah.
toxicity. Okay. So again, going back to the organic farming, now is a kind of fancy word. If you go back to like 50 years ago, we have been doing farming the natural sustainable practices. We have all the cows, cattle at home, and we can actually use that as a manure, and we can actually do crop and those things. At that time, we had no reason. Of course, the yield was still less, and it was not production at scale, but it was still sustainable. But in those practices, we didn't really use all those chemicals to grow to ensure expedite the growth as such. But now again we see the new generation now, the new things happening is organic farming. We don't want any toxic elements could be lead or even halogens in our food system. So yeah, things are changing. Even as a consumer, though the organic food is expensive, I'll probably go for it, for example, than the one which we have a lot of toxins in it. But time will actually answer with time. We'll be definitely going back to the retro approach where we prefer to use more of organic farming, and of course, hopefully, the government will also help us with more subsidy or put more tax on the I don't know I can talk about it, but on the one who produces a lot of fertilizers, chemical fertilizers.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Just one more question. Yes, Dr. Malik. Then perhaps let me conclude and then you can give the answer. Okay. So thank you panelists and thank you organizers for this opportunity. I think this was this was a very rich session, lots of different things. We covered things like hunger, so all the different various types of themes that come under food security. Hunger, both food wastage and wasting. From a nutritional point of view, we spoke about stunting, we spoke about technology and role of technology, we spoke about nutritional value and how that may differ from just food per se. A green looking vegetable is a green looking vegetable, but there could be differences. We spoke about the central role of livelihoods in this. We also spoke about the importance of local knowledge, and I think one of the things which emerged very clearly from Shama is that we have to think of new models of agriculture, such as regenerative agriculture, and from you, Harini, you kept going back to the importance of local knowledge, and Dr. Murthy kept identifying opportunities for technology to assist in these processes. I think those were very interesting. We have to think about equitable access. Equity has to be at the heart of this. There are several paradoxes. Then we spoke about protein sources and micronutrients. So thank you very much. Before I conclude, I want each of you to tell the audience one thing related to food security and this panel that you will be carrying forward in your work. So we'll start with Shama, and then we'll end this session.
I think the community systems work that we do, so working with both farmers and other communities around food security.
And promote regenerative
We already work on regenerative agriculture, but to do more of it at scale, yes, absolutely.
So any of the students interested in that, Shama is the person to talk to. Yes, Harini?
For me, the integrative policy space, that's more important, and I'd continue to work on it from, adopting climate and calamity resilient food systems and security, and look at policies which enable this.
Okay. Anyone interested in collaborating with Harini? There you go. And
yeah, I think I spoke about technology, not just a drone or few examples I spoke about, but as a young generation, most students here, you please go back and speak to the farmers, not the other way around. Please see how you can help the society, help the farmers with your innovation, with your ideas, and make our country even more proud and make it sustainable. Thank you very much.
So the role of humility and listening in innovation. And the final word, Dr. Malik, please go ahead. Can someone give Dr. Malik a mic?
You see, most of the discussion is centered around the role of the agriculture universities in India. Even the oldest agriculture university in India is still very new. It is only 60 years old, G.B. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology. If you see the extension part of the agriculture universities and all the 60 ICR institutions, they have very important role to play. And somehow in between, I have seen at least for the last 40 years, the agriculture universities are losing that important role or mandate of providing that better technology to the farmers from lab to the field. And I think that role needs to be strengthened, and agriculture universities, because they are now spread in every state has agriculture university, I think they can play an important role in resolving most of the issues which have been discussed here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We sincerely thank you for your invaluable contribution as moderator and the panelists for stimulating and knowledgeable exchange of insights. We kindly request our moderator, Dr. Ramakrishna Prasad, to hand over the mementos to the panelists. We kindly request Dr. Lena Ashok, Associate Professor, Department of Social and Health Innovation, PSPH Mahi Manipal, to hand over the memento to our moderator. We now break for lunch. We will resume for our next panel session after 40 minutes break. The participants are being served a working lunch at the venue. Panelists will be served lunch on the second floor at Executive Lounge. Please do not hesitate to ask one of our organizers for any relevant assistance. We request delegates and panelists to assemble here by 1:45 p.m. Kindly note, we have a special address by Inam Gambhir, Joint Secretary G20, Ministry of External Affairs at 3:40 p.m. We request our panelists and moderators to complete the next two sessions on time. Thank you. I request all the delegates to kindly take your seats. Before we begin, if you haven't already, kindly scan the QR code on your badge to navigate the information on the sessions of the event. The QR code also consists of CV of our panelists and papers relevant to G20 for your leisure reading. The entire event is live streamed. Following other housekeeping notes, we request our delegates to follow. Please keep your phone in silent mode. Your questions and comments are an important part of each session. At the end of session, there will be allocated time for Q&A. Please post your questions using the microphone located at the center of the stage. Please keep it to one question per person with respect to the time constraints. Also, I request our panelists and moderators to kindly adhere to the timings. I request the panelists of our fourth session of day 2 on India's views and perspective on health and global wellness agenda with special reference to value and supply chain mechanisms to kindly be seated on stage for the panel session. That our esteemed panelists have taken their seats, we will begin the session. It's an honor to introduce our today's panelist, Dr. Namrata Pathak, Member Secretary, FITM, and Consultant, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS, New Delhi. Shiv Kumar, Founder and Chief Mentor, Swasti. Dr. Annapurna K, Head, Division of Yoga, Center for Integrative Medicine and Research, Mahe, Manipal. Dr. Bhavna Prashay, Senior Principal Scientist at CSIR Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. Shri Praveen Mittal, Senior Director of Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI. I invite Dr. Vivek Sehgal, Director General of Organization of Pharmaceutical Producers of India, to moderate the session. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Vaila. Small correction, I'm yet not a doctor. So, okay, thanks yet again. So, a very good afternoon to everyone, and post-lunch sessions are usually not the best sessions for the audience, and given the choice, I would have started with the questions from the audience, from the delegates, but I think we'd still follow the protocol and start the conversation today on the supply chain versus the challenges on the global wellness. And I'd like to add a piece to that from my side. We would try and cover a broader area by talking about health and wellness, so that it's a more of a 360-degree approach. The format which we will like to follow is that we'll have the opening remarks from each of the panelists. We'll quickly go into Q&As by the moderator with the panelists, and then we'll open up for the open house Q&As. And we'll see if we have time for summing up, we'll do that. But I'm sure that's one way to keep all of us awake, that we don't need a summing up, and we are able to capture our notes during the conversation. So just to give you a perspective, you know, for the G20 summit, you know, the second priority in the health priorities of strengthening cooperation in pharmaceutical sector with focus on availability and access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable medical countermeasures. When we talk about medical countermeasures, we are talking about, of course, the vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. And the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated the issue of inequitable access to quality medical VTDs in different parts of the world. And this was definitely far more pronounced in LMICs. Despite the existing capabilities of pharmaceutical companies, you know, unanticipated demand for specific medicines, which we witnessed, where again India played an important role as a pharmacy of the world. There were capacity constraints in fast-tracking production, and supply chain disruptions affected timely delivery and access to these products. In countries with huge disease burden and mortality, absence of local level R&D capabilities and production of medical countermeasures, primarily due to inadequate investments, technology, and expertise, detracts progress made towards attaining the targets of SDG, which is SDG 3, which is good health and well-being. I think prioritizing cost-effective research supported by regional hubs, which I think is going to be an important strategy going forward. Having research hubs and have well-spread production facilities going forward, which could probably ensure the availability of the VTDs. I'd just like to give a quick reference before I get on to the panelists on the agenda of the Italian, Indonesian agencies, which focused on enhancing access and setting up of regional manufacturing research hubs for medical countermeasures. But we've not really seen as much of progress on that, and we hope that continuing with the existing priority and duly taking into consideration the learnings from the Act A independent evaluation, the Indian presidency will probably hope to contribute a lot more and take a step forward in encouraging the G20 countries to discuss on the supply chain resilience. So with that, I think I will turn to the panelists for their quick remarks on their understanding and their thought processes on this. So may I start with Dr. Namrata.
Thanks, Vivek.
So as I understand, this session is about, it can be divided into two components. One is on the global value chains and supply chains with reference to pharmaceuticals and vaccines. And then the other one is on the global wellness agenda and India's response to that. So I will just give a brief outline of the global wellness agenda related issues, and maybe then I can take the questions on the pharmaceuticals and GVC related issues later on. So, the whole issue of wellness, it's something that's, it's a recent phenomenon, as in the concept itself is quite recent, though there has been discussions on this for quite some time, but there is no particularly agreed definition on what wellness constitutes, though we can, if we are looking at it as a concept, it's closer to the concept of well-being that WHO defines. And because it's a global platform and it's a global governance platform, there could be some amount of agreement among countries with reference to what wellness could constitute. So, what is well-being? As WHO defines, it is the positive state of being for an individual and is highly determined by, say, social, economic, and environmental conditions. So if that is the case, we are looking at, the whole system approach or a whole government approach to addressing health-related issues. So if that is the case, and we are talking about whole system approach, where does India come in, and how is India responding to this whole wellness-related agenda that is being discussed globally? So there are, apart from the usual focus on healthcare infrastructure that we're talking about with reference to physical and social and, the universal health coverage and Arogya programs and stuff like that, there is also this focus on, the holistic whole system approach where we are taking in relevance of all kinds of systems to come together and, design a certain wellness program that could be beneficial for the the health agenda that we are looking at. So within that, again, that is where our systems, Ayush systems, come into play. It will be an overstatement if I just say that, why are we talking about it? It is something that we practiced and we are inherently, open to accepting as a country where these systems indigenously belong to. But what about the global audience? And with reference to G20, if we are to say, will there be any acceptance to these systems? After all, G20 is about consensus building. So if we look at it that way, I will begin with yoga, and then needless to say, it's a global phenomenon accepted by all countries. It is more than $100 billion market size of this yoga industry in itself. But not only yoga, there is also, Ayurveda is also catching up, and RIS had conducted a study in 2021 where we estimated, the domestic, the market size of the industry in itself is around 18 billion in 2020. It is almost 22 billion at the moment. Our exports are also growing at the rate of probably 7%, and the domestic market size also was growing at the rate of, say, 17% from 2014 to 2020. So that says something about the, the domestic acceptability. But globally also, the Ayurveda market, the global herbal medicine market, so to say, which comes in the component of wellness-related programs, is, it's more than a $400 billion industry. So, and within that, though at the moment Ayurveda is a small component, it is still growing faster than the other components that we could term as a Western herbalism or Chinese medicine, so to say. So, there is, and there are these, the countries which, even if we take aside India, China, or maybe South Africa or Brazil, where we do have some kind of a folk medicine or established codified systems of medicine, there are countries, we look at the other G20 countries where US and EU, there is a growing acceptance and there are growing, regulatory accommodations for, these systems. So US, for example, has more than 11 states now that has enacted complementary medicine practice approvals in 11 states, and European Union has its own form of, their own indigenous, if we are to say, phyto medicine system or herbal medicine systems, they have their own ones, and these are also growing. So on that note, I would, conclude and say that there is this growing acceptance. It's all about how we strategize it to take the leadership forward, and India is very well placed in that. So, thank you.
So thanks, Dr. Namrata. I think key points brought forward in terms of, the entire wellness piece, specifically from the traditional medicine perspective or the Indian medicine system. And of course, what folk medicines also do in terms of the availability and supply chain mechanisms during COVID. So, and of course, the yoga piece, which you rightly brought about, and I think that's a good time to bring in Dr. Annapurna, who heads the yoga center. And of course, it'd be nice of you to also speak something on the integrative medicine.
Namaste to all, respected sir and all the delegates and dignitaries. Very good afternoon. As Namrata madam told, I will discuss few points regarding global wellness as yoga perspective, but really I want to put an outline where yoga being practiced as health science to prevent disease, and further its growth is towards yoga treatment or complementary and alternative system of medicine. Right now it's included in integrative medicine for comprehensive treatment plans. So yes, of course, India has great legacy, and global India is one of the best global wellness destination, and also the center for traditional medicines, as all of us we know. And to begin with, yoga is one of the Indian philosophies, or philosophy is equal to disciplined lifestyle practices to get overall or complete health as per the WHO definition, or as per the Ayurveda definitions, was practiced since olden days, origin from Vedic literatures, and codified all the knowledge of yoga by sage Patanjali. And we get a lot of literatures on yoga for UG, PG, PhD programs right now in most of the universities, in most of the institutes in India. All these, different schools of yoga, different, in different regions of India, they are, practiced, developed and documented by the, sages in ancient India. That is why we get a lot of yoga techniques, yoga schools all over the India, and of course, we get a lot of challenges to bring all those techniques, informations as per the literatures, as per the research outputs, to bring it under an umbrella, project it as either complementary alternative system of medicine, or to include it under integrative medicine. And as it was practiced as lifestyle practice, and it's health science, India's health science, whereas Ayurveda is Indian system of medicine. So this health science or yoga philosophy, at 1920 onwards, because of so much research outputs, research done on various techniques of yoga in various disorders. So there, many centers started, treatment using these yoga techniques in many of the centers in India, also abroad. So yoga treatment has started, and it's, slowly progressed as, to prevent the disorders, for the management of the disorders within lot of physical and, other limitations, disease limitations in patients. And recently, in our India, Ayush Board and Ayush Ministry to promote the health, this comes under, complementary and alternative system of medicine. And I'm working, we team in Mahe, I'm working since 32 years, and yoga center is there here in OPD since 40 years. And as a part of hospital, as a part of integrative system of medicine in Center for Integrative Medicine, we have a OPD since many years, and we consult patients referred from the same Kasturba hospital and clinics from outside, and we prescribe yoga techniques for various disorders with medicine, without medicine, and we ask them to come for follow-ups, and it is challenge to us to standardize our treatment with other system of medicine, maybe Ayurveda, maybe homeopathy, maybe modern medicine. But yoga is, as global wellness, it need not be discussed only as integrative treatment. It can be also discussed, yoga is in education. As our policy, as per the NEP policy, yoga syllabus has been incorporated in various programs or courses in our university and many of the universities. We have 9 programs with the MBBS course as 3 credits as elective subject, and there are SWAYAM courses which are introduced from Council of Technology, where credits are given and online courses are there for to get yoga perspective. And as yoga is also for spiritual growth, in that way also for the wellness it is practiced. Wellness is beyond the health, so spirituality has been discussed through the practice of yoga. And more than that, as per NEP implementation, even in children also yoga practice has been incorporated in education. So majorly for the management of stress, to cope up with the stress, maybe stress, acquired stress or use stress, de-stress, whatever it is, to cope up with that, regular practice of yoga has been incorporated. And during COVID, I will conclude within 2 minutes. During COVID, I think most of the online yoga practices have been implemented, developed and all, but there are a lot of adverse effects when, okay, for the health improvement or fitness, it is okay, but to treat any disorders, any patients, it has a lot of adverse effects with the physical limitations or mild, moderate, severe categories of the disorders as per the diagnostic criteria. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, most probably global wellness can be highlighted with the celebration of International Yoga Day all over the globe, and to bring highlights in the ancient health science practice or spiritual practice, to implement it in day-to-day life. Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlighted, celebrated all over India and abroad with lot of CMEs, a lot of seminars, a lot of lectures and many more events to propagate it as a lifestyle practice, as a treatment.
Thanks.
And yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Annapurna.
Thank you, Lata. I would conclude within 1 minute. As a health science and as a treatment modality, most probably a yoga can be introduced in integrative medicine for the wellness of patient as well as global wellness. Thank you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Annapurna. And of course, a sustainable supply chain, if I can call it so, for trained yoga teachers across the globe, and on a standardized course material with a certain set of protocols being followed will, I think, a long way in taking this agenda forward. Thank you. And good time to get Shiv in. I think Shiv has a great experience of not only looking at the or rather reaching out to various stratas of the society within India, but across the globe. So give us that perspective, Shiv.
Thinking about well-being, I thought better to get up and walk a little bit. How many of you are feeling cold in the room? How many are feeling warm? Okay. There are two hands. Okay, both are, one is not wearing a jacket. I recently attended a conference on climate change and health, and there was actually a recommendation that we switch off air conditioning at least for 1 hour for every conferences around health. I think we should probably try it out next time. I've noted it down to share with my own team, probably while it was a little too late to do it, but if you're doing it after the session, please. Right. I want to firstly thank you. Thanks, Mahe, for this opportunity. And thank you all for coming in the afternoon and investing your time to listen to us. I want to begin by zooming out a little bit to look at the global well-being agenda. And I want to begin with Dr. Kaur, your statement yesterday. I think India's foreign policy itself is quite unique. And if you read through the words very, very carefully, right? It's about the multipolar world approach. It's about not taking any, oops, the AC is off, good. So it's multipolar world approach, and it's also about, not being seen or being part of one block or the other, not being ideology driven, right? Now that to me is the beginning of well-being, not creating harm in the world. And that's something we have thousands of examples of what we call as superpowers, which to me is about domination and power. And India has an opportunity to be a super contributor, which is about sharing and learning, right? So that's the first opportunity that we have. I think both our speakers spoke about yoga, Ayurveda as contributions. I think there are other contributions like the pharma industry, which I'm sure you'll talk about, Praveen. And more importantly, medtech innovations, a whole range of them which have taken off from India. There's also the private sector hospital systems. There's also systems like Arvind Eye Hospital, which have reached global level, right? What is not spoken about is India's contribution to nurses, to tremendous amount of quality doctors across the world, right? And also public health leaders, terrific programs which have been taken to scale, including what we are seeing today, the vaccination effort on COVID is being taken across the world. And I can't tell you the importance of technologies in particular on that. Therefore, I would quickly end my initial remarks by saying, when we talk about supply chain, let's talk about supply and chain a little differently, and let's put it together. I would say for India's global wellness agenda, it should be these elements. One is policy, which I spoke about, products, which we typically think about in PSM language, services, practices like yoga, and technology. All five are very, very important when we talk about the global agenda and what the opportunity lies before India, which we all recognize as a growing not a superpower, but a super contributor, what India can do. Thank you. And just to conclude, I would say that I had the opportunity of working in 50 countries. As a proud Indian global health consultant, I can tell you that not all countries are welcoming of India. So we need to be understanding of that. And there are many geopolitical reasons for that, right? So when we talk about sharing and learning, it's also not about the big brother approach, but a caring mother approach. I think these are very, very different in the way we can approach it. Thank you so much.
So thanks, Shiv. And I think from big brother to a caring mother, I think it could have only come from a hardcore person on the ground dealing with lives of people. So thanks for that perspective. That brings me to Praveen. Praveen, of course, would like to go through a deck and has the very distinct experience of being on both the sides when we talk about health and wellness. So whether it's pharma or whether it is the Ayush. So over to you, Praveen.
Thank you so much for this organizing and inviting us. I'm sure you would have all heard Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramya. This is from Rigveda. And what it means is, may all be happy, be free from all diseases, be witness to all auspicious events in life, and no one has to be a part of any sorrow. So, to Dr. Namrata, I think this could be termed as wellness of life. Madam, you were talking about yoga, and something which would be music to your ears is that Government of India has signed an FTA with the foreign trade agreement with Australia. And can you believe they want 1,000 yoga experts from India in the next 2 years? That is what will take yoga globally. I thought before I start my presentation, let me give these two important perspectives. So Ayush industry, supply chain resilience in India. I am representing, of course, FICCI, which is the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, the oldest national apex chamber of commerce, but I do also represent Ayush Excel, which is the Ayush Export Promotion Council. Primarily, I have divided my presentation in 3 parts: the sector, pre and post-COVID, and some interesting numbers already given by Dr. Namrata, supply chain management in terms of challenges and opportunities, and then I have a very brief slide on Ayush 64, which was a case study during COVID times, that how we can repurpose and how we can take up our existing research and drugs to the next level. So if you talk about Ayush industry, there are major players, the market size and domestic production. Important for everything is the supply chain and the supply of raw materials from which we get these drugs. So these are a couple of our important players on the right side. On the left side are various verticals of Ayush, which have right from Ayurveda to yoga, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy, extracts and cosmetics. Even nutraceuticals, we'll take it as a part of the Ayush sector. If we look at the market size, Dr. Namrata did touch upon. In 2020, and these are our RIS reports only, Dr. Namrata. These are the numbers that come from there, which was close to about, we are currently touching about 23.3 billion. And we have seen a tremendous rise because Ayurveda was able to make a mark during COVID times. Even plant derivatives have made a significant jump, I would say 21%. And of course, the derivatives being used for pharma, plant extracts and herbal plants, everything has seen a growth trajectory upwards. In terms of global share, India has grown faster in Ayush market as compared to the world. And we are accounting for about 2.8% of the market size. The top exporting countries to whom we export, and this is the numbers, cumulative numbers of last 8 years, is UAE, US, Nepal, Russia, US and South Africa. Why I'm giving you all this is the potential the sector has and how these significant development over years today see a 2 to 3-fold rise during 2020 in the herbal raw material value. Then there's been a 10% increase in the raw material usage. So this again talks about if the material is going up, then definitely there's an increasing interest. There was a large interest in exports for turmeric, ginger and pepper. And there was in US a study conducted or clinical trials conducted on ashwagandha to look at the global demand. If we talk about the domestic production and supply of raw materials, today we have wild harvests which consume totally about 120,000 metric tons. There's a cultivation of these major plants which is cultivated in the areas, the numbers are right there. And as far as the imports are concerned, we are only looking at Arabic gum and pepper long. This slide would talk about economic value of medicinal plants, wherein we are talking about that medicinal plants today account for more exports than imports. There is an upsurge in the exports of medical plants and does commensurate with the loss of herbal biomass. So what I'm trying to say here is that there is an increasing interest in Ayurveda, in nutraceuticals, in herbal products. US and Europe are high valued medicinal plant export markets for India, and the low value are typically the Asian markets. Cambodia and neem extracts remain the major contribution of the Ayush extract exports. This slide will give you an idea as to how we have grown in terms of our exports and the trade of medicinal plants from India. I'll share this presentation with. If we talk about the wild harvested plants trade supply, the demand is constantly growing, and there is clearly 60,000 tree species, out of which 10% is of the medical aromatic use, and 30% are close to extinction. The top trading markets for India, again, as far as exports is concerned, or globally if we see, is China, India, Germany, US, and Egypt. So we are amongst the top traders, something to feel very proud about, that Ayush is making a significant mark. If we look at these species in active trade, this is how we are actually consuming. And from Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, homeopathy, Soga Rigpa, and Western, approximately 2,400 plant species are used in the codified system of medicines in India. Coming to supply chain management straight away. So what we are looking at is a continuous flow of the botanical raw materials and use of good manufacturing practices, modern technologies, providing timely availability of the raw materials would actually lead to a process that is created not just for the domestic market but for the exports market as well. There are some challenges, which is the diminishing plant availability, excessive increase of the raw material prices because there are middlemen involved. We need to look at some solutions to that. Of course, as opportunities, it's a huge opportunity to define the HS codes to monitor the trade. And of course, Government of India came out, which is NMPB, National Medicinal Plants Board, came out with the e-Charak platform. And then we had the formation of the Ayush Export Promotion Council, which is primarily responsible for ensuring that we are able to promote and propagate the Ayush systems globally. That's how your e-Charak platform looks, wherein you're able to provide a complete buyer-seller platform from the Government of India's side to the farmers as well as the raw material sources. Ayush Export Promotion Council was actually launched in Gujarat on April 20th by Honorable Prime Minister. If you can click the picture, this is the video film. If you can just click the picture, please. Yeah.
Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the Ministry of Ayush has set up an Export Promotion Council in collaboration with the Ministry of Commerce and Industries and FICCI.
So the basic objective of this was to promote, propagate, and map the exports of Ayush, identify newer markets where we can actually provide the Ayush products and services globally, and of course, work with the foreign FDAs so that we are able to connect and bring in that regulatory harmonization, sensitize the FDAs, and awareness about the use of the Ayush systems. We spoke about this, that we are also responsible for creating a complete ecosystem of our importers and increase the exports, map the global demand, and coordinate country delegations and foreign regulators to India. Quickly come on to the Ayush case study. So there was, as far as the drug development phase, there was Ayush 64, which was actually developed for malaria. There were preclinical studies done and the clinical studies done. And you see how it was repurposed for COVID-19, and the IP was also filed. Later on, IMPCL, which is the Ministry of Ayush, manufacturing PSU, they actually distributed these medicines to about more than 64,000 patients who were under home isolation. And to look at the mass commercialization, they even outsourced this complete technology to about 46 companies who got into manufacturing.
So what we're looking at primarily is a circular model depicting unique whole of system approach in Ayush. If you see this case study, Ayush 64 was made available, accessible, and affordable for the patients who were suffering during the COVID times. So that's on Ayush and the kind of work that we do at Ayush Excel. I'll be very happy to take in questions later on pharma side. Thank you.
Thanks, Praveen. I think for a good insight into what role FICCI through Ayush Excel is actually performing for not only enabling the existing supply chain, but also enhancing it going forward. And we all look at it very optimistically with 2 to 3-fold increase as you envisage back at FICCI. I'm sure it could definitely cross those kind of numbers, considering there are just a few countries which we've covered so far. There are many more to go, out of that list. So thanks, Praveen, yet again. Time for me to actually bring in Dr. Bhavna. Dr. Bhavna, of course, heads the CSIR in the IGIP division. So it would be nice to hear from, if I can call it the horse's mouth, the government itself, as to what's on it. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to organizers for this opportunity to share some of the things that we have been doing. And I look after the Ayurgenomics aspect of CSIR IGIB, one of the project. And as we all have been hearing about the wellness concept being somewhat recent to the modern era, I just would like to take you through what Ayurveda talks about. So the resilience of healthcare system, what kind of 4 pillars Ayurveda has laid down, which says that physician, paramedical staff, materials in terms of medicine, and the patient. These are the 4 pillars for the successful healthcare system to function. And we have talked, I'm very glad that we have talked about practically all the 4 pillars throughout these sessions. Having said that, Ayurveda also talks about different so as regards the patient, it talks about different dimensions of health, not only to be achieved as a mission statement, but it lists down the features of health and the kind of more promotive aspects and the positive health aspects as well, with different aspects, different determinants to be taken care of in a context-specific manner. You can imagine how complex this study and the subject would have been. So this demands multi-pronged, as rightly said in the beginning by the chair, by the Dr. Vivek, is about the 360-degree approach. In addition to the medicines, the medicines also pharmacological, non-pharmacological, dietary, lifestyle, stress management, these aspects have been talked about in the traditional systems of medicine all throughout the world. We understand wherever they are being practiced. We are more familiar and comfortable talking about Indian system of medicine because we have seen them and we have lived through them. But they also are available in the form of a very, very well-structured, documented literature. So where do we go from here? Do we say that everybody should follow that? I think traditional systems of medicine have evolved and they have sailed the humanity through all ups and downs of health related issues, including epidemics, as we see descriptions in Ayurveda, and they have been sailing us through all those aspects through use of lifestyle measures, dietary measures, as well as pharmacological measures. But while individually all the traditional systems of medicine have been catering to it, that is what our COVID-19 experience also says, we also need to adopt certain good practices from modern science, as well as adopt the age-old practices into the modern researches and create an evidence base for that. So what we at CSIR's Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology has done is combine the Ayurveda approach with the modern genomics approach and modern biological underpinnings of the concepts of Ayurveda along with the modern genomic techniques, and we have been able to build a framework that allows crosstalk between these, and not only allows crosstalk but has been able to demonstrate that there is an interoperability possible and discoveries, novel discoveries are also possible. One of the things that we have done is normal healthy individuals, we all have inter-individual variability observed amongst. And whether that Ayurveda talks about in terms of differential responsiveness to environment, differential responsiveness to microbes, as well as many other conditions. So whether that has any role to play in discovery of molecular or genomic markers and understanding the systemic effects of that, and those frameworks have allowed us to identify novel markers. We also use this approach to understand the molecular mechanistic understanding of herbal formulations and drugs, and that kind of allowed us to repurpose some of the medicines for with the preclinical understanding into the COVID-19 pandemic. So this tells that there is a great potential for integration of both traditional systems of medicine as well as modern science towards making evidence-based, and that kind of methodology becomes a part of the clinical protocol as we also implement that in the Prakriti assessment protocol at the public health level for personalized recommendations with the help of Ministry of Ayush in the Ayushman Bharat Rashtriya Prakriti Parikshan Karyakram. So this tells that because COVID also posed a problem of personalized inter-individual variability in host response to virus, because very few people experienced a severe form of the disease or they had a very bad outcome of the disease. But fear was amongst everybody. Can there be a way to identify a target population which will actually have more susceptibility of entering into a severe zone, and you do primary prevention or secondary prevention of the progression. So these kind of integrative approaches are telling that this is quite possible to be done using both best of both the approaches, and can we actually have those kind of measures directed towards the more susceptible populations. So I think coming from traditional wisdom, bringing into a modern perspective of solving the contemporary problem, building an evidence-based research, and a framework which is so generic that other traditional systems of medicine can also crosstalk amongst themselves, as well as with the global modern prevailing mainstream medicine. And then based on that, we bring that back into the clinical practice and the protocols. I think that's where our experience can be shared, and other traditional medicines experiences can also come together for this cross talk, and we can have more comprehensive plans to supply this kind of a value-added understanding of health as well as handling it. So with that, I would stop my remarks, and I'd be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavna. I think one particular piece which we've been missing in the discussions, and I'd like to just throw some perspective and then get in our friend Praveen also to talk about it, is the overall piece on vaccinations when it comes to the supply chain on the wellness piece. But if you go into a broader issue of health, we've seen dramatic shortfalls of availability of medicines. And I have some data here where, in fact, US had actually at the start of the pandemic through FDA identified at least 20 drugs which were being manufactured in China that would face supply chain disruptions, which included protease inhibitors, paracetamol, and generics. So there was a lot of these, regional interdependencies which came under the scanner, and we could see a divided world wherein it was always the country first, where of course India made its mark very remarkably to export not only the vaccines but also the paracetamols across the globe. So India played a critical role there, and of course the wellness system, which is yet to proliferate to that level, I think would definitely scale up on that. But coming back to the pharma side, I think we being the global pharmacy of the world on the generics piece was definitely an advantage which gives us an opportunity not only to serve the Indian patients but also across the globe. So Praveen, let me talk to you about the supply chain resilience which you see in the emerging post-COVID scenario, in the global context.
So Vivek, I am reminded of those COVID times when there were every day in the morning 9 a.m. meeting between the government and the industry. The Indian industry stood up to the occasion, and it was completely need-based kind of supply. The pharma industry stood up to the occasion. The requests were coming from neighboring countries, and this is, I'm talking about pre-vaccine phase. The paracetamol was required, various other drugs were required. India supplied to almost 163 countries. There were working groups that were created for faster approval of drugs. Even, you may recall when, we had come out with those drugs that, everything that, meant any sense, faster approvals. Government got into the mode of giving faster approvals to those drugs. The trials being conducted in other countries, drugs like etolizumab, things like that, they were brought into the country. They were being supplied. It was a perfect case of, how from the time they landed at Bombay ports or the other places, they were constantly being, moved within the country to ensure that there is no stopgap. Oxygen cylinders were brought into the country. Oxygen concentrators were brought into the country. So as for the domestic consumption, the complete industry and the government, we worked as one single cycle. At the 9 a.m. meetings, there were COVID emergency center being put up at the health ministry. It was being constantly monitored, number of patients that were coming in, the people who needed drugs, the people who needed oxygen concentrators, oxygen supply to the hospital. So everything was very fast moved. And I think our biggest learning that we have taken now is that even the drug approval processes are being looked into, that if during COVID times the approvals came in, there were faster approvals being facilitated, why can't we work as a one single unit and look at faster approvals, look at complete supply chain management, so that the healthcare system completely is able to act as per the need of the hour. So I think these are some learnings of those times. Vaccine Metri was another case wherein you saw that not just about our own country, but how we became like the way we are pharmacy of the world. The India should be the vaccination manufacturing country for the world as well. And we supplied under Vaccine Metri program the vaccines to various countries. So I think that brings in that element of supply chain and the healthcare system resilience. Thank you.
Thanks, Praveen. And I think one very important aspect which you hinted upon was the regulatory complexities which we have, across the globe. And there needs to be a definite front foot forward, I would say, on having a complete harmonization, so that that particular area does not really hinder the access of medicines, especially in these kind of pandemic times. So and we all know that the AstraZenecas of the world, or they issued voluntary licenses not only for vaccinations, but we had other organizations giving in voluntary licenses for medicines for curing remdesivir and molnupiravir. So there was a very, very, I think, focused, as you said, approach towards solving the day-to-day needs, actually, because it was more like, fighting fire as it comes up in different parts of the country. But I think we'd like to see a little more resilience in the global supply chain when it comes to our preparedness for hopefully not another pandemic. So I think there is one particular aspect which I was wondering and talking about is, does the availability of the vaccines ensure compliance? So we did see certain challenges even back at home, when we had to have the round 2 and the round 3. So Shiv, would you like to come in there and talk from a patient's perspective, and where did we kind of not go right, in getting those things done?
I think we did many things right. Could we do it on time with all our expectations being, as both of you had pointed out, in an emergency situation? That's a different issue. I think what came out in COVID is the collaboration between government, the private sector, the civil society was at its height, right? And I personally, through my organization, worked in Bihar, where the vaccination rates in some of the blocks were as low as 40%. I'm talking about the first dose, right? And this was not early on. This was quite late. I'm talking about almost 1 year to 9 months ago. And there were many reasons for it, right? And therefore, not just a patient perspective, but a citizen perspective in terms of involving both the civil society and the private sector, along with government which provided the vaccines, the private sector which provided mobility and various other tools which were there, and the civil society which did the mobilization. I think that's a classic case where the final mile delivery is not about producing and storing and transporting vaccines, but actually generating the demand, solving the problems, and ensuring access. And it's incredible. We talk about supply chain as if it's about cold chain alone, or about storage, or about accounting. But actually, there are far more challenges for the government, right? If you go district by district, there are vehicles but no diesel. There is vehicle and diesel are there, but there is nobody to provide the vaccine, shortage of staff. I think that's why coming together and solving it is absolutely important of these three sectors. The one sector I think we did not engage, or at least I feel we didn't engage, is the media, right? Media actually was increasing anxiety for some of us relating to COVID. And I think we should have partnered more strongly with them to ensure there were very, very positive stories. When you go to the ground, there are 85-year-old women who say, I want to take vaccine. And I don't mind convincing another 50 other people, make me your ambassador. Right. So we were not able to use that. But otherwise, in summary, I would say, I think bringing the sectors together when there is an emergency is one part. But I think in a country like India, I think it's a given. Like the way we came together in COVID is the way to make the procurement supply chain mechanism actually work for the citizen.
Right. So thanks, Shiv. I don't want to cut short on the time for the participants here to ask questions, but I have one quick question for Dr. Namrata. How have the barriers on the trip negotiations, have affected the supply chain? If we can get some thoughts on that particular front. And of course, I've shared with you certain examples where there was, of course, a lot of voluntary licensing and availability for drugs, which was made during the pandemic. So how would you see that?
So you've already mentioned a few points earlier. So the TRIPS related provisions. The TRIPS-related provisions have actually not been in favor of, conditions when COVID was prevailing. There was a difficulty in obtaining licenses where patent holders were not willing to give it away, and then obviously with India we were at an advantage because we had this indigenously manufactured Covaxin. Also, then there was AstraZeneca, the Covishield and all that was being manufactured, and Serum Institute got the license to manufacture it. So, comparatively we were in a better position, but then had that not been the case, it would have been a very difficult, condition for us to, as with the rest of the world, they did face a problem in procuring vaccines. So yes, that is something, TRIPS has not actually been a very conducive platform for a health emergency like COVID.
Right, so thanks. I'd just like to cut short on my questions just to make sure that any questions coming from the participants, please give us your name and who the question is directed to, and the question with a question mark at the end. Make it as quickly as possible because I have a monitor sitting somewhere here, who's asking me on the time front. Yeah.
Namaskaram everyone, I'm Dr. Sumedha Mitra. I'm from MPH, Prasanna School of Public Health. So my question here is, what are the measures which have been taken by the Government of India to ensure the quality control of the Ayush products which are being released into the market? As we know, recently there have been 5 products by Patanjali which has been banned in Uttarakhand, and the ban was recently lifted, and even abroad there is a kind of a bad name going around about the Ayush products manufactured in India. So what are the GMP practices, good manufacturing practices, or quality control standards which have been set for such medicines? My question is directed to maybe Mr. Shiv, if he can answer that. Thank you. Namaskar.
I'm eminently misplaced to answer that question, so I'm going to turn it to my panelists.
Yeah, so, okay.
So Government of India has a quality control body which looks into the quality of the products. And for Ayush also, they have a quality which is called as the regulator. The regulator looks into the aspects of quality and ensures that the product has been approved and only it is being launched into the market. Now there have been some tall claims which come under the Drug and Magic Remedies Act, and Government of India, that's the reason, even through its states, look at, banning the products. Government of India is also looking at now a quality Ayush mark. So if once the quality Ayush mark is being introduced, it is also existing in, as of now, which is under premium mark. But we're trying to make it more robust so that somebody who takes in the quality Ayush mark product can be assured for the quality and standardization of the product. Because Ayush today, because of the formulations, it's grappling with, so it all depends on the herbs actually which are coming in. So there is a kind of a differentiation in that, but through the pharmacopoeia and the other mechanisms, we're trying to look at the standardized quality of the products. And also for the export markets, the quality becomes of paramount importance. As far as the interaction with the regulators is concerned, there's a lot of work that is happening. Recently, a German delegation was in India, and there were multiple meetings which were held with them. They brought in their quality regulator, which interacted with our regulator. So what I'm trying to say here is that at both India in the domestic market as well as the global markets, a lot of emphasis is being given on the quality of the Ayush products because it is of paramount importance to us.
Yeah. Dr. Bhavna, would you like to add something?
I think that he mentioned about the quality standard of Ayush, and that's what is being done to ensure the uniformity and quality of the drugs. Yes.
Right, so I also know for a fact that, Praveen, we had this premium mark and the standard mark being available in the Ayush products for many years. And it's the GMP certified plants who are rolling out products get labeled essentially as premium products. So there's more work at play, as Praveen tells us. So question from you, sir.
Yeah, myself, I'm Dr. Sridhar. I work for UNICEF. And this UNICEF office in Hyderabad caters 3 states, Karnataka, Andhra, and Telangana. So as a public health specialist, my question is to any of the panel member. The idea of integrated medicine itself, how do you envisage, and from the implementation point of view? Why I ask this question, I have 2 reasons for that. The basic principles of these schools of medicine is different, and sometimes it contradicts to each other. Like the basic etiological causes of disease and treatment in modern medicine, the Vata, Pitta, Kapha concept in Ayurveda, and accordingly the treatment. The cause of disease is miasms, and then the similibus and curantur is the principles of homeopathy. So if you read all the 3 principles, they are different and highly contradictory to what is modern medicine. Like for example, Sarna Paraprashan in Ayurveda, it contradicts the immunization program in modern medicine. And also, immunization concept is totally against the principles of homeopathy. So when we are asking for these schools of medicine to talk to each other, bring a common protocol, I heard somebody saying, so how do we envisage it?
So you would like to take it?
At the outset, I would like to say about the contradictory things. It may not be, terminology-wise, they might sound totally different, but if you were to go a little deeper into, for example, Vat, Pitta, and Kapha are like genes and proteins and the system, inside the systems, whereas microbes and other things, they are outside of the systems. So if anything has to affect, may it be environmental or climate change or a microbe or pollution, it has to affect something in the system to be able to produce the disease. So Ayurveda focuses more or on the internal mechanisms which are going vary in response to the external triggers. So they say that you correct that or you pay more attention to that so that you will be able to control the whole systemic effects of it. So even in case of microbial disorders, it's not that Ayurveda does not recognize the importance of microbial origin disorders. It actually lists some of the disorders to have microbial origins. And when I said that they have listed, they're actually documented the epidemics, that means they acknowledge the fact that there are certain microbial origin disorders which can be contagious. Having said that, still they focus on internal systems correction, and that requires the concept of Vat, Pitta, and Kapha. Ultimately, which system they have affected is what they take care of. Even in case of antimicrobials, they are not going microbe by microbe. They are more focusing on the host response to the microbe and enhancing the host response or making it more homeostatically resilient such that it is able to counter those kinds of things. And these things you will find, they are the most modern ideas in even today's medicine. People are saying that COVID, long COVID effects, they are actually because of the virus-associated senescence proteins, which are actually causing lots of inflammation and causing subsequent systemic effects. Rasayan is one of the concepts of Ayurveda, which is more of an anti-aging concept or more of a regenerative thing. And this has been documented for use during even the pandemic-like situations, because it is going to enhance the homeostatic potential of the system. So if you go to the core principles and the methods employed, you will find there are lots of things which coincide with what is most modernly understood and perceived in today's world. So I think there is hardly, and as regards integration at the interaction, drug interaction, maybe more researches would facilitate and explore unearth the actual mechanistic understanding of those things. So yeah.
Thanks a lot. We have last 2 minutes. We've already overrun our time. Please, your remarks or questions.
Very short, Angela Brandt, Public Health Economics. I would first like to say, really, I cannot more agree to your statement, and I think it's the two sides of the same coin. And I wished in Western medicine we would have Ayush biology before, and because now we see the changing of taxonomy of diseases, reclassification of ICD, etc. But my question was more about procurement also, and in Europe, I come originally from Europe, we always look more on the joint procurement, but learning now from, for example, PAHO, South America, about collaborative procurement or pooled procurement, is there an Indian way of using this, I think, very powerful tool?
So, would you like to take that, Dr. Annapurna? Yeah, you can come in.
Yeah. If it is on integrative medicine or as per the, together planning for treatment, most probably I would take this question. Actually, these medicines, as Madam told, works, I mean, we can highlight the preventive aspect of it as regenerative medicine, as well as per the yoga perspective of it, all these practices with Ayurveda medicine, they work on the peripheral physiology so that there will be enhancement of immunity within us, and which will be added into the overall patient's well-beingness and quality of life. So this is only one point of view with lot of other points in the treatment aspects as well as in the components of integrative medicine as well.
Thanks, Shiv.
Thank you.
Quickly, I think pooled procurement is a great way. In fact, I would say India's support to many of the other countries could be around this area. For example, Nigeria has a huge challenge in terms of import and distribution of medicines, given that the pharmacy industry is very, the distribution is really poor. And to your point, sir, one is integration, but if you look at accessibility, availability, quality, I think accessibility should include all types of, care. I think that's where probably more focus should be done, so we have more choices.
Okay, so I think that brings us to a vibrant discussion. I know Viola doesn't want me here anymore, and we'll quickly wind up with a big thanks to each of the panelists. I think you've brought in some wonderful perspectives on the entire supply chain, wellness, and the health part of it. So I think the applause can be a little more louder. Thank you everyone. Back to you, Viola.
We sincerely thank our moderator and panelist who has given crucial insights into the role India is playing in health and global wellness agenda. The panelists have explained the potential that India has in giving solutions to the core element of health in SDGs. We kindly request our moderator, Mr. Vivek Sehgal, to hand over the mementos to the panelists.
Let me start from the farthest end. Taking the most difficult one.
We kindly request Dr. Anand V, Assistant Professor, Senior Scale, Department of Geopolitics and International Relations, Mahim, Manipal, to hand over the memento to our moderator. I request the panelists of our fifth session of day 2 on Beyond 2030, a template for sustainable universe, to kindly be seated on stage for the panel session. I invite Dr. Seshadri Chari, Member Planning and Monitoring Board, Mahim, Manipal, and Member Governing Council, RIS, New Delhi, to moderate the session. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, works now. Thanks. This is the last session, and one of the most important sessions of this seminar, mainly for two reasons. One, I am moderating it. And the second reason is this is the last. After this, there is nothing. So that makes it even more important. But of course, that apart, the importance of this session lies in the subject that we have been discussing for the last 2 days. That is G20, interlinkages between G20 and SDG. Now, if you look at these two, G20, India's presidency of G20 is some sort of a within a certain time frame. After September, after the summit is over, we will be presidents till November end, and then we will be handing over our presidency to Brazil. And then from Brazil it will go to South Africa. So that will complete the cycle of 20 countries leading the G20. After that, the whole system will start again. From 2026 onwards, the new presidencies will start. So from that time onwards, say from 1924 to 1944, India's presidency will come before 2047 once more. But in the meantime, irrespective of the G20, one thing that is going to be another time frame which has to be ended is 2030, when the SDGs have to be completed. So G20 will continue for some more time. But what about SDGs? MDGs could not be completed by 2000. So it took almost 15 years to come to the conclusion to have SDGs. Now 2015 to 2030, another 15 years were given. So will the world see a completion of SDGs? If not, what percentage? Of the 17, how many will be completed? And of all the 140, 170, 180 countries which are signatories to SDGs, how many countries will go to the threshold of having completed SDGs. It's a huge issue, and not being pessimistic, but being pragmatic about SDGs, the UN itself last year in 2021 report practically said that there is no way we could probably achieve all the goals by 2030, which means we are already starting preparing for the continuation of the goals. Maybe it could be 2040, it could be 2050, or we don't know what. So that basically involves a very, very big question, which means what after beyond 2030, what do we do? What should be the template for a sustainable universe? It's not just sustainable development goals. The sustainable development goals, the ultimate goal of the sustainable development goal is a sustainable universe. There is only one universe for us. And this is the last universe or the first universe, we do not know. So are we going to sustain what we have, or are we not going to leave anything to posterity? That is a very big question, and what should be the template? And I've been strictly warned that there will be no tea break for me if I continue this beyond 3:30. So I have extended this to 3:40. So, and I have got 4 experts who can, each one of them can give a lecture on this subject for at least 1.5 hours. So I think I'm going to begin with Amrita. Maybe 5 minutes?
Thank you very much, Chair, for making me the opening batsman in the last session. Well, in the last 2 days, we deliberated on mainly focusing on P2P and, of course, P2P and other actors. But being given my allegiance to international relations, I go back to the state. Now, beyond 2030, building a sustainable universe. I have some key interventions to make. Firstly, can all the 17 SDGs be accomplished by 2030? I don't want to sound pessimistic, but indeed pragmatic to say that no. And I see it under the current situations, like both the pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict has not just slowed down the process, but rather stalled the process. So how do we go ahead from here? So 2030, therefore, definitely needs to be extended. So the only, here I draw a connection between all the 17 SDGs. And when I look at it, the last 2, that is the 16th and the 17th, makes a sense, because that gives an outlay for every other 15 SDGs that expect. Why do I say so? Because SDG 16 talks about peace, justice, and strong institution. And how can you talk peace without talking about war or conflict? So I would like to draw the attention, can we suggest, or can there be an SDG for creating a conflict-free world? Then only peace can be attained, justice can be attained. So be it in what in West Asia, which was already there. The Russia-Ukraine conflict is just an impetus to it. So, and there are increasing concerns every day of various kinds of conflicts that are coming into play. So, how can one fulfill the SDG till the time the world is not an inhabitable, or rather, a world is more of a habitable place for everyone? So, are we trying to make it a habitable place? The key word is peace, and can we have a consensus on that? So I'm much more of a devil's advocate here. So my recommendation will be that create a conflict-free world should be an SDG. So peace, justice, strong institutions need to be reframed in the current situations. The second prognosis that I bring to it, because it is a prerequisite that caters to every other SDG. When there is stability in the state, be it hunger, health, economic growth, environment, everything will be taken care of. If you're in conflict, everything else gets derailed. So this also makes it to connect to the last goal, that is SDG 17, that talks about partnerships for the goals. Now, to create a sustainable universe, partnership doesn't just have to focus on South-South cooperation, as we always talk about. But the need lies in emphasizing or bridging the gap between North and the South. And why do I say so? Because in G20, it's mainly the major economies and the developing countries which are in the league of emerging and rising economies. And the SDGs belong to the world at large, and we are talking about sustainable universe. So the need lies in making the world future ready, not just a country-specific future ready. And India has already set the stage at Bali Summit, where Prime Minister Modi had called for that this is not an era for war. So we need to take some cues for that and create a sustainable universe and call for a consensus on building peace and not making war. So stability is at the core, and therefore SDGs can only be fulfilled if we are focused on bringing stability. And peace shouldn't just become just a word, but we need to walk the talk. Thank you so much.
Oh, that was really good intervention, and the idea of peace is very good. We will go to Dr. Adish Chakrabarti for his comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd directly get into the discussion since we have a paucity of time. So I'm a practitioner, I'm an architect, and I have been designing sustainable buildings for the last 20 years. And being a practitioner, I have always been looking at, and I always come across situations where things require to work out rather than how you can get into dialogues for a longish period of time. So the first thing that I'd like to address is that how can we resolve differences between various people. So if we look at different countries, there are different countries which constitute various people. And if we look at a small example of a family, which is what is written here, one earth, one family, one future. If a family gets into an emergency, then whether it's the granddad, dad, son, daughter, whoever is in whatever capacity would do whatever they can do to get out of that emergency. I think that is the approach that we require to look at. The other perspective, if we look at in terms of, if we are to say that we have to resolve our differences, I can give you an example, being an architect, that there's an apartment building which has an earthquake problem. Suppose the structure is going to fail. And if all the families get into it together that, oh, I'm not going to give money for it, you give money for it, and it will never get resolved, and one day the building is going to crash. So if we require to look at it more from a family perspective as a paradigm shift, and that cannot happen through treaties or policy making, somebody requires to show up and lead by example. So when one leads by example, then others get inspired and others join and go forward and do whatever is required for it to be done. So I get that if the negotiations or whatever we are talking about, policy making, if they're more looking forward to leading by example, I think that would probably be one of the ways in which we can mitigate this and go forward in a very fast manner. Also taking action on your own. Whatever action we can take on our own, we take that action. The second thing I'd like to look at is an example like going forward beyond 2030. I mean, what are the easiest ways? So one of the things that we tend to complicate our lives with is that we look at stuff or systems which are very complicated. So what are the easiest ways that we have with us that can help create, or maybe reach the goals, and we haven't, then how can we reach them in the next few years? Also, what we have to understand is that these goals, when they were designed, there was a certain time period in mind, and if we move beyond 2030, then other things are going to come in and they're going to increase the demand of these goals. So when we are talking about, from my profession, I can give a quick example. So there's something that we do called passive design in architecture, which is, again, sadly not a very broad area of expertise to a lot of professionals who are practicing architecture, but it is actually a very, very potent tool. So what passive design does is basically, if you are a passive design professional, what you'll do is you look at how the sun moves around the earth, and the sun moves around the earth in various times of the summer and winters. If you see the sun there, it's in different positions in the sky. And if you look at your building and you see how you can design the shadows of the building, so you're designing shadows as step one. So when you design the shadows of the building, you can shade the building naturally by virtue of its design. And you can achieve comfort levels without even putting in air conditioning systems. In my practice, I have achieved 70% heat load reduction, which I've tested through simulations, and 70% heat load reduction without adding active elements like solar or wind or any other clean energy form. So added with shadows, you can add elements like materials, you can add elements like wind, you can do a lot of these things and put together very easy solutions in which a large part of the goal can be achieved on ground by thinking different. The third part I'd say is that beyond 2030, when I look at it, there are large, I would say, systems in place which are fixated in our mind, which are kind of not helping us get beyond our thought process, which has been there for so long. So we probably require to think out of the box in a lot of ways. So one of the things I want to point out is, like, in our industry, concrete is like oil. So if we look at concrete, so concrete in the global warming potential of concrete, we look at a 50-year span. And in a 50-year span, what we are talking about is that production of concrete, putting it together in a building, and then the building living for 50 years, how much greenhouse gases it's giving out, and what's the global warming potential of that. Whereas if you look at something like wood, say for example, wood as a material, I just visited the temple here yesterday. It's 700 years old. We all visited it. And that temple is made out of wood. And it's standing there despite all the diyas that are burning, everything that is there. So the temple is a phenomenal example of wooden architecture. Now what wood does, wood psychologically is a material that we are not used to anymore in the last 100 years because of RCC, brick, whatever we look at it. What wood does is that wood sequesters the carbon beforehand. If you look at concrete, what concrete is doing is that it is burning. You have exothermic reactions, you are burning fossil fuels to make concrete, you're transporting, and you are giving out gases which you have to capture for the next 50 years. Whereas if you look at wood as a building material, what it does is that it captures the carbon beforehand and then puts it into the ground while it is growing. And then when you use it as a building material, it stays there without adding any more carbon to it, to the atmosphere. So these kind of thought processes require to be looked at in terms of how we can do out-of-the-box thinking. Now, wood cannot be done immediately. So why I bring up wood here is that if today, suppose in India, we propagate wood, the remaining forest might get cut. So wood is something which requires maybe a 5, 7, 10-year plan where farmers can be asked to grow timber in a small percentage of the land. That growing of the timber would help reduce the carbon in the atmosphere. It will sequester the carbon for the next 5, 7, 10 years. And use that as a cash crop. So it's a better, timber is a good construction material, and it can kind of help the farmers also in terms of getting some revenue back. And then that timber can be used in the construction industry, which has already, its carbon is sequestered, and then a cycle can get born. But this cannot happen by one person, one architect practicing in wooden architecture, one company doing solutions in wood. The other thing I want to point out about wood is that internationally this movement is on. So multi-storied buildings are getting made in wood, and they are fireproof, termite-proof. So all these things have been worked on, and they are a practical building tool that can be looked at in the future. So these kind of, why I bring up these two examples is that the out-of-the-box thinking and what is easy for us is, I think, what will pave the way to create the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very, very interesting subject to deal with. So, I mean, when I was suggesting that building a future, I did not literally mean building a future, but that was a good one. I wish we had more time to listen to your experiences and experiments. I would now request Professor Arvind Kumar to intervene.
Thank you very much. Since yesterday we have been discussing these many issues with regard to the realization of Sustainable Development Goals. What I have gathered in the last 2 days is that the members of international community in general and the members of G20 in particular, they have a great onus on them to realize the goals of sustainable development. What I will do that I will just try to put it from the G20 perspective, because G20 perhaps constitute 80% of the global GDP, and also it constitutes 60% of the population of the world, and it constitutes a combination of both developed and developing countries, as well as now the new connotation, the emerging economies. And that perhaps again is very important largely because the ambitious goals which were enshrined in 2015, that it could be realized by 2030, I think we have to accept one fact, that the COVID-19 really has wiped out many of the advantages or gains which were made so far in terms of realizing the goals of sustainable development. And more importantly, the problems which again got emanated are far too many. All the 17, if you read all the 17 goals which were articulated as a part of the pursuit of sustainable development goals, I think each one of them is very important. And obviously, it again is linked largely with the consumption pattern. Like if suppose someone talks about poverty reduction, someone talks about how best one can reduce the inequality. So many of these things again become very pertinent largely because if you see the consumption pattern of even one country like the United States, I think they consume far too many things, and that is how they pollute also. And again, the overall responsibility which they should have taken largely to address to these many changes which are occurring, that is largely not happening, and that perhaps is one of the reasons by which many of these articulated goals may not be achieved by 2030. But at the same time, it's not that the nation states really have to get completely impeded because these are not going to be realized, but they have to come with certain alternate solution to many of these problems. And perhaps this template which we are discussing right now is not that easy to give in the current context, but obviously, I think one of the issues which we have to address largely is how best the nation states can come together and address the climate crisis. Because climate crisis something, or climate distress, or climate change, each of these again is so important largely because more and more challenges which are occurring to address the climate issue, again is impeding the larger goals which the nations have in obviously realizing and also seeing that how best there could be a better world. And that again the question will come that how best the energy security constituent of those countries which really have been the maximum polluters, how best they could change the constituents of the energy security. So I think a lot of these questions are very important, and as per my assessment, I think beyond 2030, I think there would be far too many problems emanating from the issues which you are seeing right now, and there could be again an uneven growth, uneven development, and obviously those countries which really have been polluting more, they will have to really own the responsibility. The developed countries really have to take the responsibility mostly in terms of climate finance. By the way, sustainable development again was one of the major mandates of G20 formation. And if you see, go back and read about the mandates of G20, it was international economic cooperation and sustainable development. But somehow that could not go anywhere in terms of finding a consensus among these countries. Because the constituents of the G20 itself is so complicated, because you have, again, a representation from the country which again are found in every geopolitical region, which has a consistency in their economic growth, and obviously the challenges in terms of reducing the dependency on the fossil fuel. So the climate crisis has to be addressed first, and see that how best one can really be able to build certain scenario where there could be more emphasis on the renewables, and how best there could be a less concentration of greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. Because that is again, the time that gets completely increased, the problems again would be far too many. So more and more concentration of greenhouse gas in the atmosphere again would lead to certain very, I don't know, negative consequences for the whole globe, and that is what we are realizing now. So if you see India's declaration just 3 days ago, that India again will have this net zero emission by 2070. So 2070 again is a long period right now, I think roughly 48 years from now. And again, if that will happen, so whatever concentration the atmosphere has in terms of greenhouse gas, that could again lead to the larger challenge in every aspect of the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. Many of the other countries in G20 which have the owners, such as China, which again is the largest polluter in the world, they should really come forward in terms of seeing that how best they could decrease the dependency on the use of the fossil fuel. The US again is one country, such country. Many other emerging economies in every part of the region, such as in West Asia, you have Saudi Arabia, in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, you have again countries like Australia, which is a part of this G20. And more importantly, in fact, we take EU as a component, but EU constitutes 27 countries. And each of the countries, again, they have a different energy constituent. And that perhaps, again, has to be seen that how they could own the responsibility. So the climate distress, climate finance, these two, again, would remain a part of priority for the G20. How best they could address and build consensus, which could, again, lead to the pursuit of the attainment of these Sustainable Development Goals. 2030, the time is too short from now, but at the same time, beyond 2030, obviously, these countries will have a greater challenge to really find ways and mechanism, and there are ways by which India could really take lead in terms of mobilizing international public opinion in their favor, in terms of seeing that how there could be the reduction on the use of the fossil fuel. Fossil fuel economy is not going to be continuing for a long period. At the same time, no country could ever compromise on their development. So the development and the overall energy constituents, again, could find a different scenario, because that could certainly be a part of the debate across the globe. So what I see that beyond 2030, that the developed countries, developing countries, by 2030, I am sure that many of the countries which are still in the bracket of developing countries would emerge as the developed country. Countries like South Korea, again, has a very good consistency in terms of their economic growth. They might find change in terms of becoming in the bracket of developed country. So more importantly, the G7 group and the remaining 13 countries, I will say 12 countries, because one is European Union, those 12 plus European Union, they will have a lot of challenges, and they will have to shoulder the responsibility that how best they could really be able to address to these many changes which are occurring at the very fastest pace in the current scenario, and that perhaps is going to be a challenge. Ambitions again would be there on the part of these nations that they could really address, but at the same time, unless and until they have the larger vision for the globe, it is not going to happen. India has been given this presidency of G20. India has been taking the lead in terms of mobilizing this international public opinion in the favor of having a certain scenario built which could be creating win-win situation. So there are challenges, and obviously the nations, those who really have the consumption pattern is different, those nations again will have to change their overall processes, which again go into the consumption as well as the emission of the greenhouse gas. So I think India again will remain as a part of example for the rest of the world, that how India has been moving towards reducing the dependency on the use of the fossil fuel, how India has really been moving towards renewables and becoming less dependent on the use of the coal. So I think a lot of the challenges again would be there as a part of the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Excellent points again. Chintamani, sir.
Namaste. Good evening to all of you. I'm going to talk like an astrologer now. Who doesn't want to know the future? Everybody wants to know the future. So let me say in my own way about beyond 2030. Number one, are the SDG goals going to be achieved by 2030? No. It will not be. Does that mean that we should abandon the goals? That will be stupid. Why the goals have not been achieved? Many people are talking about the pandemic came 2 years, and all the goals achieved before pandemic were reversed. So we have to catch up again before we pick up the thread and move ahead. It's not just the pandemic. There are so many goals of the SDG which were not achieved even before the pandemic. The situation was really bad. And we have 7.5 years to go. By the time we go back to the pre-pandemic level and again target to achieve all those goals, time is too short. In any case, eradicating poverty or fighting poverty in 15 years, is it a joke? Eliminating inequality, the most unequal society in the world is the United States of America. India is in the same group, except a few European countries. Managing inequality has been very, very difficult and tough in the rest of the world. Should we think that these goals are too ambitious and we should not even think about it? No. The goals will remain and the struggle will continue to achieve the goals. Closer we go, better it is. That is why I believe and very strongly believe that India is playing the right kind of role towards achieving the goals. If India would not have been the president of G20 today, this whole theme about the linkage between G20 and SDG would not have been there. The credit will go to Narendra Modi ji and his government to link up SDG with G20. G20 as it is would not think too much about these SDG goals. Signed by 192 countries, all agreed, but everybody knew that goals you can unify yourself. If it is a method, there are too many diverse methods. Who is going to fund it? Some people will say we have no money, some people have lots of money, they will not fund it. These complexities are there. So let me outline 4 or 5 things that India is doing remarkably well. That is why we are already moving in the right direction. If you see the 17 goals of the SDG, most of the things are actually problematic in the developing world. So it was very wise to bring in the SDG goals into G20 and then try to convince the wealthiest 20 countries to do something about achieving the goals. So first is the linkage. Second, we are really happy that after India, Brazil will be the next president, then South Africa. India, Brazil, South Africa are part of IPSA. And these 3 countries are part of the developing world. So that is why I believe that SDG goals will continue to be a major agenda item in G20 meetings for next 3 years, which is a good thing. Now, what are the main points that India is pushing and which are really right way to go about it? Number 1, India is saying that globalization until recently has been highly centralized. So India is targeting to make globalization or work towards making a globalization a global south sensitive movement. And I think everybody should agree about it. Number 2, India is not just saying, India is playing the leadership role in moving towards the direction. When this government came to power, the main slogan was, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, means everybody's development is the goal. Then we move on to Sagar, that is security and growth for all. From then on, we move on to the whole world and say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we are one family. Now, this particular mantra is not just a rhetoric thing. It should be the goal, and we should try to move towards that. India is doing it. Not only doing it, but also playing the leadership role, and the best example is the vaccine Maitri. So during the pandemic, the achievement of India within India in combating COVID-19 and beyond, everybody knows, we have talked about it in last 2 days and all. Now India is trying to push in the world about, I think they call it Ayush or Arogya Maitri. Whatever little things we have achieved in reaching out to the poor people, in delivering good kind of services in the health sector, it can be replicated in the developing world or maybe in the whole world. This is what we are doing. So by playing an active role in doing certain things which will be sabka saath, sabka vikas, everybody's growth, everybody's development, India is moving in the right direction. Then India is not only doing that by itself. In the meetings we had in Bengaluru, the finance ministers and the governors of central government which had, of course, we all knew that G20, as Professor Kumar said, is a very uneasy organization. It looks like wealthiest 20 countries, but there is G7 versus the rest, the USA versus Russia, then the developing world, the emerging economies. It is very complex. So when they began to fight on the Ukrainian war, India did manage to have an outcome report. Same thing happened in Delhi. Again, the Ukrainian war was almost hijacking the meeting of the foreign ministers. India managed very well an outcome report. So I strongly believe that the kind of meetings we are going to have now into the future, India will play that role and try to keep every member on board on certain goals and not digress to Ukraine or conflicts or so many other problems in the world. Let me bring you notice this fact that in September, of course, we are going to have a meeting in New York. India has already planned a series of meetings related to SDG in the United Nations. One is, of course, on the gender issue. Women, I think we, women and girls, what do you want from the world, something like that. Then 3-4 different working groups have been already planned out. So the way India has assumed the leadership and playing it out so systematically, reaching out to nook and corner in India, educating people, involving the students in so many universities, it is doing the same thing at the international level, at the global level. This is the right way to do. Now, I'll just conclude by giving one or two my own ideas. Some of the things may be happening, but I don't know. Since yesterday, we are all worried about the climate change. And somebody rightly pointed out that individuals don't think too much about climate because until and unless they are directly affected, they don't even think about it. In my view, instead of talking about climate change and there will be flood and there will be cyclones which come periodically, I think in our own discourse, it would be much better if we talk about the air pollution, which is one of the outcome of the things we are doing and leading to the climate change. Can you believe that 6 million people die every year because of pollution? There's almost a little less than the number of people who have died in COVID-19, but we don't talk about it. Until and unless we could not breathe properly in New Delhi, even I did not look at the AQI figures in the newspapers, right? And then the amount of money which is wasted every year because of pollution is $8 trillion, right? So one of the ways, in my view, in next meetings, future meetings, we should highlight more about the danger of air pollution. And then the water scarcity, all are part of the SDG goal, water scarcity. 2 billion people don't have access to clean drinking water. Another 2 billion people drink that water which has facets of all, different kinds. So the narrative, the rhetoric, the words, are symbolic, but they will have substantive outcome. Finally, what is important is ultimately money. If we don't have the funding, we cannot achieve any goal. And we know right now that we have inflation around the globe. Many countries are worried about the American Federal Reserve again increasing the rate, the reserve rate or what, repo rate and all that. There is a banking crisis which slowly it has engulfed the whole world in last 1 week and all. So even the developed countries are saying that we don't have enough money to divert towards SDG goal and give assistance to developing countries. But ultimately, we have no other option but for the G20 countries to sit together and find out a methodology by which all the G20 members will contribute to the extent they can. They can find out a formula. This is what happened in Bengaluru, actually. Although the headlines was about the Ukrainian war actually hijacked the whole thing and there could not be a consensus document, joint statement, the fact remains they all agreed that finance is the key. And probably from now onwards, India is going to focus on that, bring about some kind of consensus. Hopefully, we are not going to achieve the goals right now, but the goals are important. They should remain the goal. We should move forward it beyond 2030. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chintamani Mahapatra. So, I only knew that Mahapatras are good astrologers in Puri, but you have really predicted certain things which are very really correct. Actually, going by the subject also, there is practically total agreement as far as 2030 is concerned. But what is important is what individuals are supposed to do. That is also a good question which you have raised. Thank you. And we have one more speaker, but from the Ministry of External Affairs, who will be joining us online after about another 5 or 7 minutes, which will be almost like the valedictory for this two-day session. So, with this, actually, the two-day seminar also ends, all the subjects. But of course, the agenda of the seminar does not end here. It only begins here. So, as we have seen, there are certain things that we all need to do, all the countries in the world need to do as far as SDGs are concerned. And there are certain things that all the countries in the world should not do. But where does the realization come from? And where does the realization come to is the main question that we have to ask ourselves. For example, there is a finance, as Dr. Chintamani Mahapatra pointed out, is going to be a huge problem, huge issue. Even if it is climate change, if you are going to tackle that issue, there is going to be some sort of a mismatch between the developed economies and the developing economies, and then below the developing economies there is also an economy which is not developed yet. We don't call them underdeveloped economies, but they are struggling to even come to the second tier of development. What about them? So who is going to fund all these things? Practically we have, of course, there is a UN Global SDG Fund. But the global SDG fund is mainly associated with certain industries. Although it's a UN body, it does not actually, it doesn't speak of a fund as such, but it only speaks of capacity building and some other certain other things, like building partnerships and other things, which are very important, no doubt about it. But yet, I think somewhere we should moot this idea through G20 summits, that we actually need something like a global fund which will take care of the losses that some of the developing economies will have to face because of the extreme exploitation of the developing countries which have happened in the last so many years, right from Industry 1.0 to Industry 4.0. This is what has been happening. For example, they say, Dr. Arvind Kumar mentioned about G7 countries and European Union. If G7 countries and European Union decide to even pledge just 1% of their the funds that are available to them, climate finance, it will come to something like 14 billion. Just G7 and EU can contribute that. But of course, the rest of the world can also contribute. Then it's going to be a huge fund. Similarly, basically, the G20 also came into existence because of certain financial issues, the challenges that the world faced. And then there is a global forum to tackle economic issues, which meets every year in Davos, the Global Economic Forum. So on the similar lines, we have two of our former speakers, Dr. Agarwal and Dr. Suraj Kumar. We had a meeting in Chitrakoot where actual ground level experiments on SDGs are happening. So we, some of us came together and we have mooted this idea of Global SDG Forum on the lines of Global Economic Forum. So can we have a global SDG forum wherein all the issues relating to SDGs, sharing of knowledge, capacity building, experiments, sustainable activities, and replication of these activities. All these 5 aspects of SDG will take place all over the world, from local to global. So this kind of a situation can emerge, wherein when we talk of SDG, we will not be talking of one particular segment or one particular population, set of population, or one particular country or one particular region. We will be talking about the globe as a whole entity. That's what we have always said, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We don't think in terms of globe as a market, but we think of globe, the universe, as a family. And can we really think in terms of universe as a family? Instead of talking about happiness of one individual or one country or one region, we talk about the happiness of everybody. Sarvepi santu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukkha bhavayet. So nobody should be unhappy. Dukhi koi na ho. That is one issue. But sukhi, everybody should be. So this kind of a idea can we pose to the world? Can we tell the world that this should be the outlook? So that kind of a forum will have to be created, and probably in these 2 days, whatever we have discussed, if we are able to bring out something of that kind of a situation, we will be preparing an outcome document very soon, and we will be sharing the outcome document, draft of the outcome document with all of you. We can all wait for some time to get the inputs, and based on that outcome document, we will approach the world leaders on taking forward this issue, and that is how, that will be probably our contribution to SDG 2030 and beyond. Thank you. We end the session there.
We sincerely thank our moderator and the panelists for looking in the detailed intricacies within G20 and India's progressive and proactive role in striving for consensus building and playing leadership for Global South. We kindly request our moderator, Dr. Sheshadri Chari, to hand over the mementos to the panelists. Proud to organize a special address from Inam Gambe, Joint Secretary G20, Ministry of External Affairs, India, who will be delivering her address online. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes,
ma'am. I hope everyone is able to hear me well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers for this wonderful event. And also thank you very much for inviting me for speaking to you about this very important year and the important work that we are doing in the G20 presidency of India. As you all are keen young students of different streams, I would like to first give you a certain a brief of what G20 is all about. But before that, let me also say that I feel sort of disappointed that I'm not able to be there in person because of some very busy work schedule. I was not able to make it, but I hope this interaction would be as useful for all of you. So, friends, the G20 grouping for which at the summit level presidency India is holding for the first time G20 grouping was essentially came into being, as some of you may know, to deal with the financial problems together in an interconnected manner. First at the ministers level, and then it was elevated to the leaders level in 2008. Since then, the different countries have been holding the presidencies of G20, and that presidency has come to India now after many years. G20 is indeed a very important grouping of countries, because it brings together countries which have 80% of the world GDP, 75% of the global trade, and almost 60% of the world population. So there are different international organizations that do work on behalf of countries and with countries, and countries act as stakeholders in them. But G20 is a grouping which gives direction and as well as a certain political consensus to some of these very important international organizations because of its influence. It includes countries from G7, the P5, BRICS. So basically, it brings together the developing and developed countries in a consensual format. So all the decisions that are taken of the G20 are by consensus. So speaking of India's presidency, as you all know, the theme that the Prime Minister has chosen for our presidency is One Earth, One Family, One Future. And this theme is very important, especially at this time, and for all the world coming from a developing country like ours. Let me try and speak to you and unpack this, the meaning of this and the underlying philosophy of this theme for you. When we say One Earth, basically what we are saying is that we are all together on this earth. All the challenges that we are facing, whether it is climate change or it is development agenda moving backwards, counter-terrorism or poverty increase, and health challenges, as COVID-19 has demonstrated, we all have to work together. So we have to recognize that we are interconnected and we're not living in sort of separate silos. We should not act like we are living in silos. We are also sharing this earth with the nature. So the animals and the plants living. So, if we are speaking of a very important initiative, the Prime Minister has launched during COP26, which was in UK, where he spoke about the Lifestyle for Environment initiative. The principal idea is that we should live in a manner which is in harmony with nature. So I think that theme, that important priority, and that philosophy is captured in One Earth. Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam is indeed the point behind this. So one family. What does one family mean? Now, one family means that we all need to act together as well. We need to act on behalf of those who are whose needs may be more than us, whose voice may not be represented in the forums that we are in. And only if we act together, not in a competitive manner as us versus them in a conflict situation, only then we will be able to achieve our one future. So basically, the idea of one family is indeed very important, especially at a time when the world, as you know, is facing conflict and it is divided. Or is increasingly looking divided because of the geopolitical conflicts that are going on. So in that background, coming together for One Earth and One Future as one family is the idea the Prime Minister Modi has put forward for our G20 presidency to demonstrate that we are, what does that mean for us as the G20 president? Under this theme, the Prime Minister convened the first ever Voice of Global South Summit in early January, which was held to keep in mind that we should engage all the non-G20 developing countries. So there were more than 120 countries that participated in this summit, which spoke about what are their needs, what do they need, in terms of fulfilling their climate goals, fulfilling the development agenda, how worried they are about the concerns on financial stability situation, for example. So I think this was our effort to consult those who are perhaps never heard in forums like G20. So that was our effort to bring together the voices and therefore enable G20 to act on behalf of those which are not normally heard in a grouping like that. So in our effort to basically bring together these voices, we have also put together a very strong development agenda at the core, at the heart of G20. This is for several reasons. As some of you may know, because of the pandemic, the stress on the 2030 agenda, which is the Sustainable Development Goals agenda of the international community, has been really increased. If the SDG agenda was not progressing as it should have been even before COVID-19 pandemic, after the pandemic, it is actually reversing. We are seeing increase in extreme poverty in several parts of the world. Several countries are actually under the stress of going default because of the debt vulnerabilities. So all of these stresses caused and exacerbated by the pandemic need to be addressed by a very strong political commitment. And I think it is also important to say that it is not that we don't have resources to address these issues. As our Prime Minister said in Bali, that for the first time perhaps in history, the human race has the resources to feed everyone. It has the resources to also alleviate poverty. So why is it that it's not happening? It's because of the silo attitude. It's because of the attitude of us versus them, and it's because of the international governance architecture, which is not able to step up to the challenges that are posed by a world of today. Because it was created in an era of 1945, and it is not really has not really adapted as well. So I think we feel that as a developing country, it is fundamental for us to place development at the center of the agenda of the G20, and also send messages that the international architecture, financial architecture, like the international organizations, the multilateral development banks, have to adapt to this new reality of the needs of the people around the world. So I think it's also important for some of you to know that the basis on which the international financial architecture and other organizations were formed in 1945 is very different from today. We are today talking about human-centric globalization. We are today speaking about the action till the last mile. This was not the focus in 1945. In 1945, the focus of international architecture was mostly about preventing war, because it was coming out of very deadly wars, which had decimated a large population at that time. So it is indeed very important that this change happen, and this change needs a certain political commitment, which as a developing country, with the support of other developing countries, we wish to instill in G20 and other forums. I would also speak a little bit about the structure of the G20 to you, so you understand how it works. G20 indeed is, because it started as indeed an organization which is dealing with primarily financial issues, but the moment it was raised to the level of leaders, it was felt that leaders need to expand the agenda and link the issues on the agenda of G20 to all other relevant issues. So development came into the fore of G20, health issues came into the fore of G20, agriculture, women issues, tourism, education, employment, trade, climate, energy. So you can see the agenda has been expanding, because all of these things in an economy impact each other and have an impact on the financial issues that globally the countries are facing. Now, as a grouping, G20 works as per the working groups that are meeting from the start of the presidency, that is December. So we took over the presidency from Indonesia in December, and we will be handing over the presidency to Brazil in November. And from the very first month, we have started having meetings of the different working groups, both in the finance track as well as the Sherpa track. And these working groups have been going on periodically, virtually as well as in person. So the meetings are all held in person, but the consultations are going on virtually. And finally, through the ministerial outcomes that these working groups will produce, will be the basis of what the leaders will agree in September that is coming up. The other important track of the G20 is the engagement group track, which you also perhaps would have seen more in discussions in the last several weeks. The engagement groups are indeed groups which involve the civil society, the private sector, the businesses, to get engaged on different issues. We in India have started a new engagement group under our presidency, which is the Startup 20. There are other engagement groups that we have inherited from the previous presidencies, such as the Business 20, Women 20, Youth 20, Labor 20, and Urban 20, Think Tank 20, and so on. So we are also making an effort to ensure that these meetings, as well as other meetings like the side events that we do of the working groups, get a lot of participation from people, young people and other experts who may not be able to participate in the government meetings, in the restricted government G20 meetings. So I encourage all friends and colleagues to look at those meetings happening near you and be an active participant in those meetings and engage in those discussions, because those engagement groups, when they finish their work, they do indeed give recommendations to the leaders, which are taken up through the Sherpas. Our Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant, has been speaking about the different engagement groups and has been speaking in the meetings of different engagement groups on India's priority from the very first month that we took over. So that is a very important process for us, that we would like the participation of young, bright minds to be engaging and giving us ideas that can then be part of the leaders' declaration. Also, in an effort to engage all cities and people beyond just the main centers, we are taking G20 meetings to almost every corner of India, all states and union territories. It is being held in more than 50 cities. So definitely there's a chance for all to engage in these meetings. Also, I think it is very important that we see this as an important opportunity for us to not only showcase what we have done good, such as our success story on the digital public infrastructure, on digital public goods. If you will participate in these meetings, you will know that India's story on India's digital public goods, like the UPI or the MOSIP or CoWIN and other such apps, is indeed unprecedented. The amount of innovation that has come together in a buzzing democracy like ours doesn't even exist in countries in Europe or in the US, because there they have moved too far beyond in a certain direction and are not able to be nimble and creative on some of these issues which we have been. So people are fascinated to know what we have done and how has it helped citizens in improving the services and the other government services that they're getting. So it is our effort to take these important stories that we have in India and important deliverables through a very development focus to the rest of the world, but to also demonstrate that to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, you need an international enabling environment which responds to these needs as well as challenges that are being faced in the developing countries. So the international enabling environment needs to be proactive, it needs to be responsive and adaptive. So I think these are some of the important priorities that we are taking up during our presidency. I also encourage all friends and colleagues to please go and visit the website and engage with all the social media handles and participate in these discussions more and more. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words and paving our way to committing to SDGs and for enlightening the gathering about the extensive outreach initiatives carried out by MAA. I now invite Professor Dr. Helmut Brand, Founding Director, PSPH Mahe Manipal, to deliver a vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 days are over. The first ones I would like to thank are those activists that are still with us. That's you, the audience. Without you listening here now, whom should the panelists talk to? To themselves, perhaps that would be okay, but having you as those who will spread the news, and as I think I'd counted it 10 times, you will run the show in 20 years. So come on, it's your turn now. Next, I would like to thank the panelists. Without them, there would be nothing to listen to. So you brought the message. You brought the message that was well received, and I listened to some of discussions in the breaks. So there were some controversial ideas. That's good. We have to discuss. On the other hand, I heard that, what are the solutions? So again, activists, your part now. Then I would like to thank the organizing team. Without them, this would have not been able. And that are not only those people like Viola who moderated this, or those in the back who gave you all those strings and all this paper. And I just talked to them and I said, well, this conference was well organized. No one had a heart attack. No one fell from the floor. We had no ambulance here. Yeah, so everything went well. And of course, then to those who organized the good sound and the clear view, without them, it would be difficult to talk to you. And who is always forgotten, it's a hotel crew, yeah, because they serve us well. I hope the food was good, and we have to thank Woksha team year 1 who served us yesterday evening in the lawn. And of course, I can only say join the team here because we need multi-talented people. You remember one of the team was even playing guitar at night yesterday. So, what have we learned? You got a good overview about the situation. I have to thank all those co-organizers who helped us to set up this interesting list of speakers. They all came, but it's not always assured. So it seems to be that we put enough pressure on them to come. So in a way, now we have rounded it, and the panelists, we will contact them and ask them, give us your material, because there should be some summing up of this event. It should not be the case that great that we talked about it. There should be some clear outcome and certain things to be taken home and where we can work on. So again, long story, short result. Thank you all very much. Have a safe trip home, and perhaps we have a wrap-up meeting later.
Thank you, sir, for extending your support. As we are in the closing moments of the T20 side event 2023 Manipal, I would like to impress upon each person that this is just the beginning of our work together in building back a better world. Armed with knowledge of the challenges we face as G20 nations and the world at large, this deliberation has paved the way to explore solutions and way forward. Let us fully embrace the theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and be stewards of sustainable development. Thank you.